Hello, good morning, everybody. I hope you are all doing well. Give me 1 second to make sure that my mic is actually picking up today because it seems like every time I don't check it, OBS decides it doesn't feel like recognizing my mic. Okay, and everything so far looks good, although I'm sure I will hear it if it's not. So, I'm very excited for today because, as I've mentioned in the past, I am in fact a Sylphie supremacist. So, these next 3 episodes, to finish off season 2, part 1, that will be where Sylphie has a primary feature, and I really enjoyed it watching it on my own. I am very excited to get into it, and I noticed some good stuff. Let's see. Good morning, Thomas. I probably do. Hit me with your question. I'll see if I remember it or not. Because, of course, it's been a week since I last watched it, but that was recent, so I should be fine. Okay, well, and while you're doing that, just a few things before we do start for real. One is it's kind of exciting. Within the next couple weeks, I should be getting a nice little upgrade to the stream with because I'm actually commissioning a real PNG tuber model. So I'm in talks with an artist now. I'm expecting to have it definitely by the 27th, which will be a Saturday. So maybe 2 weeks if things are going the way I think they will. I know artists tend to under-promise and over-deliver as far as deadlines go, so there's a good chance it'll be 2 weeks. If not, it'll be in 3 weeks, so that'll be cool. Oh, there was a few other things. Oh, yes. To make up for the fact that I haven't watched any video essays the last couple weeks, I'm going to be watching 2 today. And I found 2 that I think are going to be fun stream content, 2 that I have not actually watched ahead of time, so that'll be interesting. So we're going to get into that. I'll talk about what those are when we get there. One of them actually isn't Mushoku Tensei related, so that should be interesting. And I'm glad I was able to find something good for the stream that's not Mushoku Tensei, because I don't want my channel to be just Mushoku Tensei, especially since I'm uploading stream segments now. So we got that going on, and one thing I do want the regular viewers to think of is not going to be any decisions made today. But since we're finishing up season 2, part 1 this week, we got to remember that there's only 12 episodes after this to finish off season 2, part 2. So that means in another month, we'll be caught up with Mushoku Tensei, and season 3 is not coming out until 2026. So we're going to have to find something else to do in the interim. I have a few ideas. The first thing I want to do is... for sure, if you guys have been paying attention to the internet people, where, people who like to get angry on the internet, you'll know that there was an anime tier list that came out a few weeks ago. I just learned about it yesterday. I watched it. Pretty much everybody agrees it's pretty bad. I don't think that video is something we're going to watch on stream just because I don't know enough about all the different titles they're talking about, but even I could tell that these are the stereotypical COVID weebs who just didn't really have a lot of respect for the medium. And what they basically did is they decided to watch the first episode of the most popular anime from every year since the early 60s. I really like that concept. I would like to actually do that on stream. So once we're caught up with Mushoku Tensei, I think I'm going to do that and then make that into a full video once we get through with that. And I might even bump up the amount I stream just so we can get through that faster. But we'll talk about that when time comes. But after that is where things could go one way or another. One option I'm thinking is the obvious one, which would be to just pick another show to analyze, and that'll be what we do, and just keep going through them. So if there's anything anybody wants to go through, consider that. I will take the opinions of stream viewers over anyone else, really, because you guys are the primary audience for that. I'm thinking Frieren might be a good choice because I've been wanting to watch that, and I've heard there's a lot of stuff to talk about there. I'm open to other suggestions. And another option would be to, if we wanted to stick on the Mushoku Tensei train, I would be willing to start going over the books on stream because I think that could be fun, and I do have them digitally, so I could very easily pull those up. And plus side, there will be no copyright issues with that because book publishers aren't very aggressive about that, which is nice. So, not any decisions we need to make today, just something to think about over the coming month. And let me see. So yeah, Nanahoshi points her thigh opening at Rudy and swaps top leg. No sexualization. I'll be honest, I don't remember that moment in particular, but let's see. Yeah, even when stuff isn't working. Yeah, okay. So, I don't remember that specific moment very clearly, so I'm kind of working on my understanding of the character more so than the specific instance you're discussing. Let me first, while we're doing that, let me first just pull up the episodes we're going to watch today. There we go. Sorry about that. Okay, so I don't know. I think it might just be that with Rudy and Nanahoshi, I have a feeling that Rudy's mind is more on the fact that he finally found somebody also from Japan or even from the real world at all. I think that's kind of been his primary. He might have just been kind of hyper focused on that. But also, let's not forget that during their introduction, since we only really saw their introduction, he was already kind of emotionally overwhelmed. Like, you remember, he literally had, like, a fucking PTSD flashback and a panic attack. So, like, I can imagine sex was, like, the last thing on his mind, even for somebody like him who is hyper-focused on sex. That's, like, I don't have PTSD, so I can't speak to that, but I feel like if I just had a PTSD flashback, sex would be the furthest thing on my mind. So that's my guess. But I don't really know. Nanahoshi is one of those characters I also feel like in the long run is a little underdeveloped. Like, she's definitely got some good moments, definitely got some good things for the story overall. But I feel like she was one of those characters that Rifujin. Okay, so one of my issues with Mushoku Tensei, like, in a general sense, in a broader, like, when looking at the series as a whole, from at least from the books, I don't know if the anime will do things a little differently. I feel like Rifujin almost got a little bit too ambitious for his own good, and while he mostly was able to pay off on all that ambition, there were a few instances where I think he kind of introduced things that he just didn't have the time to properly resolve. I think a big issue is that the ensemble cast just keeps growing and growing and growing, and there were just a few characters who just really kind of got shafted. And with, I think, the biggest example being Rudy's kids. Like, so much of, I think, the story, especially between Rudy and Paul, was like Paul had his own shitty childhood, had his family issues, and then he resolved to be a better father just to not be the father that he had. And that's what he went with Rudy. And then there was a big arc with Rudy and Paul where Rudy eventually comes to accept Paul as his father and comes to respect him. And then even later, it reinforces that with the hallucination bits. I'm not going to spoil any details there, but that through that arc, Rudy comes to an even greater understanding of how much Paul meant to him. And I feel like they really missed an opportunity to have that come full circle with Rudy's own children, how he brought that into his own approach to fatherhood. Like, I just feel like that was definitely underdeveloped as far as the entire story goes. Although I've heard that is somewhat addressed in Redundancy, which I have not read yet, so I'm excited for that. Yeah, and I will say that, yeah, episode 9, I think, is one of my favorites so far. At least, I mean, just because of that moment of when Rudy first meets Nanahoshi and, like, has that visceral flashback of Orsted almost killing him. Yeah. That is true. One thing that could have been done, I think, if Rifujin was a little bit more attentive to it, but I think I think it can be a very powerful storytelling technique to actually have a character's arc be incomplete. Where, like, I think if you've ever read the Walking Dead comics, the show does this too, to an extent, although eventually the show kind of goes off and does its own thing and completely separates itself from the comics. But one of the ideas that it wants to reinforce is how every character is vulnerable, how nothing is truly sacred in that series, because they're in a zombie apocalypse where everything is trying to kill them, both people and zombies. So sometimes characters will be in the middle of an arc and then they will just suddenly die. And I think that while it does feel unsatisfying for people who liked the character and what their story was going for, it's very powerful to reinforce the central tone and themes of The Walking Dead. I feel like they could have done a similar thing in Mushoku Tensei, and essentially, because part of what is going on, and I'm not going to give any details because spoilers, but as far as the broader, like, six-faced world is concerned, Rudy is not the main character. He is a significant side character in the grand scheme of things, where even by the end of the series, the main 26, or even at the end of Rudy's life, which is past the end of the 26, I mean, you do kind of see the ending, how Rudy ends up in book 26, but, you know, the bulk of the story ends when Rudy is, like, in his mid-20s. And even past all that point, the primary conflict of the world is not resolved. And Rudy did serve an important role, but he's not the protagonist. And I think the fact that Nanohoshi's story is completely incomplete, and it's even more profoundly incomplete when you actually learn more of the context that's revealed in the final book, where you kind of learn how the teleportation incident happened and what the real scopes of Nanohoshi's goals are and all these kind of things. It adds a whole new dynamic to that, which I think could have been very strong, very powerful storytelling, if it was a little bit more planned ahead of time. And I will also say one thing about Mushoku Tensei is surprisingly few important characters end up dying. So Rifujin seems very reluctant to kill off very many characters. That does mean that the ones that do die are very significant. So, like, it really does have an impact when characters die, but also it just kind of, the tone I'm describing that he could have set up, I don't think can really work with that very conservative attitude towards death. It's a complex topic, and I can't see into Rifujin's head, and I'm certainly not saying I'm a better writer than Rifujin, like, not in the fucking slightest. But and of course, when I talk about negatives, that's not to take anything away from the series, because, as I've mentioned many times in the past, Mushoku Tensei is a very well-written series. Like, beyond the fact that I just like it, it is very impressive as somebody who, like, analyzes writing as a hobby, and who people have told me that I'm pretty good at it, and that I'm knowledgeable. To me, Mushoku Tensei impressed me, so I'm not trying to take anything away from Rifujin's hard work. But I think I've been yapping enough so far. Let's actually get into it. For Mushoku Tensei, Season 2, Episode 10. Oh.
あの二人がくっつくというのは意外でしたね。そういえばルディはどうなんだろう。女の子好きなのは間違いないらしいけど、実践しているのかな。
So I will say, I do like this opening monologue from Sylphie here, because, and we'll see a bit of what I'm talking about shortly, but it really does a great job of showcasing some of the conflicting elements of her character at this point in the story. Because one thing we have to understand is that Sylphie is an extremely, not just an intelligent character, but she's also very emotionally intelligent. She can understand how people feel on a visceral level. She just intuitively understands people, which is one of the ways she's in contrast with Rudy. They're alike in many ways, but this is one area where they are completely separate. But Sylphie is also very insecure, which is something that she does share with Rudy. And between those two elements, she is able to kind of identify certain parts of Rudy's psyche and able to accurately kind of figure out what he's feeling. But her own insecurity gets in the way of that, and she takes her accurate observations and twists them to an inaccurate conclusion, to where she feels like she's not worthy, that Rudy has forgotten her, that he doesn't care about her, all this kind of thing. I think it's done very, very well. It's a difficult and complex set of characteristics, but I do think it was executed very well here.
違う、分かっている。ルディは僕に向かってじゃなく。
And I also like this moment here, where he says, Rudy is waving at Fitz, not at me. As if Sylphie isn't Fitz. When she's interacting with Rudy as Fitz, she is still being herself. Where, like, the friendship that Rudy and Fitz have developed is still real. Like, there's, like, Rudy, if anything, I think it shows that Sylphie is the kind of person Rudy can really develop a closeness to, no matter what. Even if he doesn't hold on to their childhood friendship, they can still independently develop a friendship that way. So, again, it's and you're right that a lot of the main characters in Mushoku Tensei are insecure. Not all of them. Some of them are, actually, I would say some of them are the exact opposite, where they're overly confident. But yeah, one thing about Mushoku Tensei is a lot of the characters do parallel Rudy in various ways and to various degrees. So the fact that a lot of characters do kind of mirror a lot of Rudy's issues, with the insecurity being a key example of that, there's definitely reasons for that. That's definitely intentional. Even in characters that are not on their own meant to be parallels to Rudy, they still do partially parallel him in some ways.
フィッツに向かって手を振っているんだ。
And also, I haven't really talked about it in past episodes much, but we're going to see like a lot of very obvious symbolism here with Sylphie's glasses, because the glasses are representative of the mask she wears as Fitz, of her hiding her true self, hiding who she is from Rudy, and, you know, burying her feelings. The sunglasses are a very, like, it's about as subtle as a brick through your window. I haven't mentioned it really much in the past. I don't know why. It must have just slipped my mind, but it'll become so glaringly obvious over these coming episodes that I feel like I would be damaging my own credibility as a media person if I didn't mention it.
サイレントは女性だった。ルディは明らかに彼女を意識している。あの二人の間には何か特別な。
Yeah, and lines like this are an example of what I was talking about, how Sylphie has this incredible sense of how people think, and then her own insecurity twists that into an incorrect conclusion, where she is right in a sense, where they do share a bond in that they are both from another world. Of course, she doesn't know that, but there's no reason she should have known that. So she doesn't know the exact nature of their bond, but they do have a connection that no one else can really understand. Even though they're not really friends at this point, they have that sense of, they do kind of want to cling to each other in a sense. I mean, not really developing a real closeness at this point, but again, it's again, they've both been away from home for so many years that they're excited to be acquainted with somebody who understands that. But Rudy does not have any romantic or sexual interest in Nanahoshi, and he has said that explicitly in the prior episode, where Sylphie asks him, and he's like, no, she's not the kind of person I would be interested in. But she realizes that Rudy is spending a lot of time with her, and that he does have a connection with her, and she just completely misinterprets that and assumes that he is interested in her in a romantic sense.
僕の知らないつながりがある。その心の距離はブエナ村にいた頃の
And then, of course, she comes to this conclusion: they're closer than Rudy and I were in Buena, which is not even remotely true. At this point, Rudy and Nanahoshi's relationship is 100% transactional. Like, she's teaching him stuff that he doesn't know in exchange for him being basically a power generator for her to let her test her various magical circles, which... So, again, Sylphie just kind of jumps to these conclusions purely out of her own insecurity. And this is actually one of the few instances where she, like, completely misreads emotions. While it was born from an accurate emotional observation, she kind of kicked it up a notch and actually turned it to not just an inaccurate conclusion, but an inaccurate observation, which is actually pretty unusual for her.
僕よりも近い。
Oh, and I do apologize if I kind of lose track of my thoughts today. I did not get as much sleep as I should have last night, so that kind of makes the filter a little bit less effective in my brain. So if I end up rambling and making no fucking sense whatsoever, just let me know, and I'll correct myself.
彼女はポッと出てきたくせにルディと昔から一緒にいたみたいに座った。とても近い位置に。どうしよう。足がすくんで前に進めない。
And another element I like about Sylphie's characterization, and it's more noticeable in these coming 3 episodes but it was still there in the prior episodes, is that as much as she is very good at reading emotions, as much as she is putting on a character for the world, that, you know, everybody views her as Silent Fitz and not, you know, Sylphie. She is very bad at hiding her emotions, and it's often played up to make her more adorable, but it just goes to show that Sylphie is her character is like the emotional core of Mushoku Tensei. That's her role. Like, as I've mentioned in the past, I do believe that all 3 of Rudy's wives are designed to support one another as far as the story goes. And each of them has something to kind of teach Rudy. And Sylphie's side of things is the emotional side, where, of course, their getting together is what is curing his sexual trauma that came from his separation from Eris. And she's just the kind of emotional, loving core of the family unit. And, of course, there's Eris, who is all about taking action and pushing forward and just not giving up. And then Roxy's the more intellectual side of things. And yeah, there's also some truth to that, Thomas. But let's also not forget that she does notice, she was kind of slapped in the face with certain connections they have, like with the fact that they were both speaking Japanese. She saw that they both understood this language that really nobody else in the world knows. And then Nanahoshi said they came from the same place, or they grew up in the same place, that whatever her language was. And of course, they're speaking this unknown language to one another. So, like, she can tell there's something binding the 2 of them together. Yeah, and yeah, that's also true. Yeah, I mean, you don't get much more blatant symbolism than that. The fact that she literally has her mask on. But yeah. Not all she has some interesting things going on with her. I do think that long-term they're underdeveloped, but you know, it's not that big a deal in the grand scheme of things.
どこに勇気を落としてしまったんだろう。誰か僕の勇気を返してほしい。
Okay, and yeah, I decided I'm not even going to bother with the editing software. I just decided to click the skip intro button and play through it, so made the editing a little bit easier for me.
魔法大学に入ってもうすぐ1年。俺は16歳になった。1日の始まりはトレーニングから。 それは同じなのだが
I gotta say, I was hoping that at this point was when we would learn about Rudy's battle aura, or lack thereof. Although, it didn't end up happening here, so, you know, it is what it is.
正直なところ機嫌を損ねたらまずい気がする
貴様強くなってどうする
どうと言われましても
我が輩は強さと名声を追い求めすぎた男を
Let me actually turn this up a little bit.
ろくなもんではなかったぞそんなものより大切なことはいくらでもあるのにな
And of course, we gotta love Badagati. He's a great character. He's a fun character. Even better once you learn a little bit more about him, though I'm definitely not going to spoil that because I'm like 99% sure the anime has not gotten to any of what's going on with him. So any anime onlys, yeah, you're going to want to experience that one for yourself. But he's a lot of fun. I like him a lot.
大切なもの
無論女であるな貴様も一人見つければ分かろうものだ
And again, I do really like that Badagati's the kind of guy who, I mean, he's bantering, he's laughing, he's trying to, you know, he's trying to cheer Rudy up, essentially. Like, not that he senses anything sad about him, but he's just trying to get him to liven up, and he accidentally just kind of says something really insensitive. But that's, like, that is the kind of thing Badagati would do.
なんだ
不能の直し方を知りませんか
知らぬ
トレーニングを終えると朝食を食べ授業へと向かう
Although I will say another interesting thing about Rudy's approach to all this. Now, I know that the idea of him studying to cure his impotence, that the whole idea is that puts him in the same area with Sylphie so they can develop something there. But it's interesting how he is approaching it as if there's like something that he can be cured of. That it's like that impotence is the disease and it has a direct cure. When realistically, his impotence is the result is more of a symptom of his sexual trauma, where he felt abandoned and in his most vulnerable moment, and now he kind of internally associates that with sex, and that's why he can't get it up. And okay, so is that where the conversation was supposed to happen? Because that's what I was thinking, but I didn't remember 100%, so I wasn't completely sure. Because I did remember that it happened after Badagati saw Rudy training, and he asked, like, hey, why the fuck aren't you making a battle aura? Okay, so for any anime onlys, yeah, this was actually a pretty important thing that they just skipped, and it becomes relevant throughout like the second half of the series. So I don't know why they skipped it, but basically, Rudy has this thing called the Laplace aspect. That part of it is not explained at this point, but basically he has essentially a magical genetic anomaly, is the best way I can put it, that the reason he has so much mana, or at least why his hard mana cap is so high, is because of this anomaly. But in exchange, while it does boost his mana significantly, it also prevents him from having a battle aura, and a battle aura is the thing that lets swordsmen in this world do all these super powerful things, where they can, like, that's why they can run super fast, do all these crazy jumps and flips, how they can cut boulders in half. It's because they, instead of coalescing their mana into spells, they essentially unconsciously push it into their bodies and weapons to enhance their physical abilities. Rudy can't do that, and I mean, in the books, he does kind of generate one manually for a little bit, just to see if he can, but he kind of gives up on that because it takes a lot of concentration and it's very inefficient. So Rudy just can't do that naturally, and that's the trade-off he has for his mana capacity. It's like very important stuff for how the world and how magic works and what Rudy does in the future, so I don't know why they skipped it. Actually, I imagine a later character, I can imagine a conversation later that will address it, probably in season 3. Yeah, exactly, Thomas. That they can do like that's why swordsmen are basically superheroes in this world. But yeah, so there is stuff in season 3, or at least stuff that happens past Turning Point 4, where Rudy talks with somebody who is more knowledgeable about magic than most people, and who can explain kind of the mechanics of all this. I'm not going to say, just because it is the character who is very key to. So it is the character where, okay, if you guys watched the fan animation with me a couple weeks ago, which showcased Turning Point 4, and it showed Rudy. Yeah, Rudy got into that fight. That character, I think, is going to be involved in make an explanation, because he had similar explanations, kind of expanding on what Badagadi said at this point in the book. So that's what I think is going to happen in the anime. If they skip that, yeah, yes, Amir, I know exactly what you're talking about, and yeah, exactly. That's what I think the anime is gonna do. If they skip it even there, like, I have no idea what the fuck is gonna happen, because it's like, that's important world building. So I don't know.
めんどくせえな。そうだな。今日はいい天気だな。そうだな。バーディーガーディーとのこともあって、最近俺は恐れられている。
Yeah. And another nice thing is that this is just a continuation of how the beginning of the season went, where while Rudy was trying to bolster his reputation at that point, a lot of times it's the stuff that he does when he's just doing other things that ends up actually being his real reputation builder. Like, when he went and rescued Sarah and did all that got him a lot more notoriety than any one of his individual missions, although him going on a bunch of different adventures with a lot of different parties did contribute to that. But it's a lot of times it's just the things he's doing just to do them and not to be recognized are the things that get him recognized. And that was the case here as well, where he beat up Linnea and Persena, not for any reason other than to kind of show him who was boss after they bullied Zenoba and destroyed the Roxy figurine. But he ended up kind of being their boss just because of how the beast folk work. And then the suitors came, and then he kind of had to fight them because of that. And then that's how he got to Badagadi, and he gained a terrifying reputation from that. All of this was kind of against his will, and I find that funny because that seems to be a consistent pattern with him. Yeah. Okay. That is a little confusing to me. I'm not sure why. Like, I get that they're trying to show that people are scared of him, and that I can't remember her name, but the monkey girl, she was also scared of him despite the fact that she was bullying him prior. I don't know why he would try to greet her. Like, I don't imagine they ended up on good terms. Like, it seems more in Rudy's character to just kind of ignore her. I get what they were going for here, but it just doesn't feel... It feels a little forced. And that's also, I think this is a very telling line as well. It shows that Linnea is actually, like, surprisingly compassionate. Like, her character up to this point, we see her as basically just being Linnea and Persena to a degree, but Linnea's a little bit dumber, so she shows it a little more, but, you know, she's kind of a little shit. And that's her general personality, so... Actually, the little bit of compassion we do see, I believe, says a lot, because up until this point, she's basically just been entirely selfish or just poking fun at the people around her. And yeah. You're also right, Thomas. I think you could probably get away with not explaining Battle Aura specifically. Because I think it would make sense that Rudy would want to have the version 1 to enhance physical stuff. Because just given the nature of what he's doing that for, it would make sense to say I need to boost up as much as possible. Hi, welcome, Alan. Yeah, you're late, but I yapped a lot in the beginning, so you didn't miss as much as you probably think you did. But yeah. So I think that point could be explained without having the battle aura discussion, but I do think they still missed out on a lot by not having that discussion at this point, because it's important world building thing that sets the stage for a lot of stuff moving forward.
同じ種族としてここはあちらの顔を立ててほしいにゃ。最近はボスの射程が増えてきたからナンバー2は大変なの。ナンバー2はこのあっちにゃ。ほら2人とも喧嘩しないで。ナンバー2は2人いてもいいでしょ。ボスは分かってないにゃ。組織の序列はしっかりしておかにゃいと。そうなの。ボスはフィッツに勝てるから。
And again, that's just another element of how the beast folk are just very animalistic in nature, where at least animalistic as far as animal stereotypes go. So there is that pack mentality of, you know, the person on top is the boss, is the most powerful person is the person that's on top, and that you're constantly struggling for position. And they figure, you know, even if they're not going to be the boss, then they want their boss to succeed, and because what's good for the boss is good for the pack, and that's kind of how they operate, and they just can't even comprehend that Rudy might have different priorities, because that's just so intrinsic as to how they are. I really do like how the beast folk are in this world. They are such a unique take. I wouldn't say even unique. I've seen other things like that, but I really like how how Rivajin does lean into these distinctly non-human parts of how their society and how their biology and just how their instincts work. That I would actually be interested in seeing like a full story from a beast folk's perspective, because you know there's a lot going on, and I didn't even really notice it when I was reading the books as much. But the way the anime has shown things and has had certain characters like just physically interact with stuff, like even as far as showing young Ghislaine, where she was on all fours feral. I thought that was always very it was interesting. And yes, and I agree, it's very, very well constructed. The world is something a lot of people praise about Mushoku Tensei, and it is not without merit. Like, and continuing on from that, when I'm talking about the world, one thing is, so modern fantasy, it's the grandfather of modern fantasy is Lord of the Rings, at least modern high fantasy. There's been other subgenres of fantasy that have taken their own direction for things. Not talking about those right now, but high fantasy specifically, and anything that is based on high fantasy, where the world of Mushoku Tensei is a high fantasy setting, essentially. Well, a bit of mix of high fantasy and dark fantasy, but has a lot of high fantasy elements. And the way Lord of the Rings was created, J.R.R. Tolkien, you know, he didn't just start writing the story of Lord of the Rings. One of the things he did as a hobby was he just created Middle-earth, where just what he did is he would take notes on this world that he's creating, come up with the history. He was a linguist, so he had fun with the languages and the cultures, and just created this entire world and all this backstory and all this history, and then decided to write a book series that takes place in this detailed world that he created. I almost feel like Rifujin took a similar approach to Mushoku Tensei. I don't think he was quite as detailed as Tolkien was in Lord of the Rings, but every part of the world of Mushoku Tensei does feel like it was deliberate. It does feel like everything was designed, like everything that happens in the story and how the characters are navigating the world feels like it was taking into account the wider world in mind. So, I think that is definitely very noteworthy, whereas most writers, and this is for obvious reasons, because this is a lot easier, a lot less time consuming, but a lot of writers will essentially have the baseline of the world, have the idea of generally how it all comes together, but when they, the details kind of get filled in as the story needs them. So like they'll have a basic outline of how the world works, basic history of the significant events that shaped those world and that culture, how the cultures interact, and then the details are filled in later. Tolkien did not do that. He made all the details before even starting the story. And yeah, I can agree with that, Thomas. He probably had a general idea of how everything worked and probably filled in a bit more of the details than most writers would. Just not quite as much as Tolkien did, because it's hard to say, because I do think there are still a lot of gaps in the world and history of Mushoku Tensei, but not in a way that detracts from the world building in the slightest, but in a way that leaves room for things to be added, like with Old Dragon's Tale. Definitely one I recommend, though definitely not until you've read Turning Point 4, or at least until the anime has gotten to that point, because if stuff that's revealed in Turning Point 4 will get spoiled in Old Dragon's Tale if you read it before then. But Old Dragon's Tale essentially expanded on the history of the world, where you kind of see how the six-faced world became, it started as the six-faced world until it kind of just everything collapsed, and why everything is all in one world now. That's how I feel Mushoku Tensei is in general, where Mifujian's left enough room to go on those expansions if he wants to.
ルーです。呪いについて何か分かったか。最近毎日聞かれる。呪いですか。呪い。かつてラプラスは自分の呪いを道具に移し、別の種族になすりつけたそうです。道具に?
Yeah, curses are another thing that is very interesting. They don't ever really fully explain how curses, and by extension blessings, fully work. They're left they're still very mysterious. So, when talking about magic systems, especially the magic system of Mushoku Tensei, and I really like magic systems. They're such a cool thing to me. I like how different authors decide to approach different magic systems and how they affect the world and the stories they're involved in. But Mushoku Tensei has a hard magic system where essentially all the magic has rules, limitations, restrictions. It's essentially a natural force of the world and is subject to the natural laws of that world. That's essentially how Mushoku Tensei's magic system functions, because we'll see it actually a little bit more in these coming episodes, but they haven't really gone into it in the anime. But the magic of Mushoku Tensei is very much compared. I think it's very similar to computer programming, where if you look at like the way Rudy constructs spells, he takes the core spell, what the spell is, and then he adjusts individual parameters, and then releases it, and lets everything kind of take effect. And incantations are essentially a way to automate that. Incantations are, instead of coding something on the fly, you're essentially running you're basically running a script, a single-threaded script. And then magic circles, as we'll see soon, are essentially computer programs, where you write everything up ahead of time, and then you run it by infusing it with mana. They don't ever go into the details of how the technical side of how magic circles work, like what specifically they do, because I think that would probably be a little bit too complex to really fit in as part of the story. But the general idea of how it works is explained, so that's why I'm able to say what I'm saying. But it goes to show that, yeah, Mushoku Tensei's magic is very hard magic system. We just don't know the full extent of how it works. One thing we do know is that magic is way, way more powerful than anybody even really thinks it is. Like, one thing a certain character says, and this is kind of revealed in Turning Point 4, don't worry, this is not a spoiler, but magic essentially doesn't have any real limitations. You just kind of have to figure it out and have enough power to actually do the things you want to do. But theoretically, magic can do just about anything. But it still has its limitations. Blessings and curses are kind of hinting at almost like a soft magic system, where that's where magic is not really super well defined. It has a mysterious kind of way about it. It acts more like a mystical force as opposed to a natural force, where like the magic in Lord of the Rings is largely a soft magic system, or like Harry Potter is a soft magic system, although it tries to pretend it's a hard magic system sometime. I'm not going to get into a rant about Harry Potter. Suffice it to say, I like the series, but holy shit, does it have writing issues. But blessings and curses are never really fully explained or explored. And I think that's deliberate, and it's not to just kind of hand wave anything away, but I think it's meant to kind of give that soft magic feel in a hard magic system, where it's not that there's not rules to it, it's just that they are completely unknown. You don't really know exactly how they work. So that they can still have this mysterious element where you don't really know how things are happening, despite the fact that there are rules and restrictions to Mushoku Tensei's magic system. So that's why we can have things like Laplace transferring his curse into the Superd's spears that ended up going into their hair. Or how, I mean, it does get revealed in Season 2, Part 2, so, but I'm going to still hold off, but how that one character also gets turned into a blessed child, essentially, due to the magic of the crystal and the teleportation incident, and how that all came together, or how Rudy is immune to certain blessings and curses from other people, and that he's able to pass that on to his descendants, which is going to be another key element to the story. Again, I can't wait until Turning Point 4 because it'll let me start talking about so many things that I can't talk about because I don't want to spoil things for people. But okay, let's just get back to this.
スペルト族がラプラス戦役で持っていた槍がそれに当たるそうです。そのせいでスペルト族の戦士たちは狂い、一族が迫害されるに至ったとか。スペルト族が本当なのかそれは。
And another thing I do like about Mushoku Tensei in general is, at least with the anime specifically, because one thing we gotta understand is that books and anime are fundamentally different. They have completely different restrictions, different ways of telling their same story. One of the things that a book can do that an anime can't is that, one thing that books can do that anime can't, or any visual medium like that, is that it's a lot more normal for big exposition dumps to happen in text. Because, especially with something like Mushoku Tensei, where it's the isekai character, the fish out of water, is talking in first person, so they can just kind of explain to you, the reader, what they are learning. So that's how they convey that information to the audience. And again, Mushoku Tensei does that a lot in the books, where Rudy will kind of explain the things he's learned directly to the audience. It's very direct, very simple, it's very effective way of doing that, and it works in text. You can't really do that in the anime. While Rudy does have certain amounts of directly talking to the audience through his internal narration and his inner thoughts, you can't really rely on that too much, because then it gets to just like it drags in this particular medium. So they're using a lot of little instances like this to subtly deliver exposition to the viewers. Like, they'll have people have these conversations at points that make sense, so that one character can essentially exposit to the other. And then that's how the audience is able to learn the things. Because this conversation right here, it's not for the sake of either of these characters. It's for the sake of the audience. It's so the audience can understand certain things about how curses work. And eventually we'll learn that this also applies to blessings. And like even before, like we learned about things like the 7 great powers, how the road to Millis, how that was supposedly carved by Millis himself. That was done by, Geese kind of just going off and talking about the history of the area, because that's the kind of thing he would do. And to get to your point, Thomas, I don't know if I agree with that. Because the thing is, Laplace had interesting things going on. And, the Laplace aspect is directly tied into how he reincarnates. because, you know, the idea is that his magical essence permeates the world more and more until it eventually, and, you know, things like the Laplace aspect and other parts of his personality, I think, of his being. I think even his hair color, the green hair, it becomes more and more common as he gets closer to reincarnating, until it eventually kind of comes together and everything is able to go into one body, which then his soul takes over and he reincarnates. Yeah, and it is possible that you might be right there, how it might be the old gods, maybe. I don't know for sure. I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, depending on who you're talking about, because if you're talking, maybe even the creator god could have had his essence partially in the world, because let's not forget as revealed in Old Dragon's Tale, the creator god was kind of close to death when he created the six-faced world, and the reason it was the six-faced world is because each of the worlds was imperfect and flawed in some way. And when he essentially bound them together so that they could balance each other out, so that they wouldn't just collapse in on themselves. And then, the events of Old Dragon's Tale happened, and most of the gods ended up dying, the gods of each world. But those gods I believe they all died in their own worlds, and while they still exist, they're basically just kind of empty husks. So I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, again, I mean, you know my struggle as much as anyone, but yeah, the Turning Point 4, it's one of those things where, so if any of you who are watching and have not read the books and are anime onlys, one thing you need to understand is that Turning Point 4 is such an important thing. Like, it is, I would say, arguably the most significant turning point in the entire series, and there are still more to come after that, by the way, but like, it kind of sets the stage for the entire story, where you kind of know what the end game is. Not exactly, but you do kind of have an idea of where things are going, and just it reveals several things that are so key to how the story plays out that it's just so impossible to talk about certain things in a wider Mushoku Tensei context, because they rely on things that are revealed in Turning Point 4. And that moment is so good. Those reveals are they're fantastic. I can't wait for people to fucking lose their minds at Turning Point 4. They're so major that I really, really do not want to spoil anyone. So that's why the only time I've even discussed any details was when we watched the fan animation several weeks ago, which was about Turning Point 4. So that's why I just threw the spoiler warning on the screen, and that's why I just fucking let loose in that stream. So I can't really convey why I am so excited and so animated about that particular topic, but once you see Turning Point 4, you will understand.
さあ、僕も人から聞いた話なので。でもそうか。呪いを道具に。ありがとうルーです。君のおかげで。
Okay, but there's also another curiosity where, you know, obviously Cliff is trying to help his woman so that he can try to cure her curse. I wonder if his research is even leading him in the right direction, because Elenilis doesn't have a standard curse, because the average curse, essentially the way they describe it in the books is that blessings and curses are fundamentally the same thing. It's just the difference between a blessing and curse is whether the magical effect is good or bad. And I mean, theoretically, you could have a blessing/curse that's completely neutral, and they just don't really draw any attention to it. But so, like Zenoba, he got a magical effect on him at birth that is a magical effect that is giving him extra strength. So that's what makes it a blessing, because hey, this is a positive thing. Oh, welcome, Koenig. Good to see you. But and then there's other characters who, like, let's say, like Laplace, just because I don't want to, or Orsted. So Orsted has a curse that makes him immediately hated and distrusted by the people he runs into. Well, except for Rudy, but that's not super relevant. He's the exception to the rule. Yep, I've been there. But yeah, so because Orsted's effect is negative, it's considered a curse, and that's kind of how that works. It's just, mana kind of fucks with everything, so it's supposedly you could get infused with mana at birth, and that kind of causes a magical effect to happen to you. That's a blessing or a curse. Elenalise's curse is not like that. She wasn't born with it. It was something that was applied to her later in life. She, of course, doesn't remember it because she has amnesia, doesn't remember anything from before the curse, but her curse was not from birth. It was due to an actual, event that caused it. So I don't know if Cliff's research would actually, even if he figures out how to remove blessings and curses, I don't know if it would actually work on Elenalise. It's an interesting question, one that I don't think has an answer, or at least not at this point. Again, I do still need to read Redundancy. I'll get to it eventually, although I don't even think they're all out yet, which is a concern, because I kind of do want to wait until they're all out, but I also kind of don't. Oh, was she? Okay. Yeah, okay, I'm not remembering details, but... Okay, that might actually throw a wrench in things. I'm not sure. Yeah. Yeah, true, yeah.
何か分かったような気がするよ。授業の後は昼食だ。今日はここで食べるか。
ええ、3階だとジュリが席につけませんからな。
I'm actually curious as to why Julie wouldn't be able to eat on the third floor, because the way, if I'm remembering correctly, they kind of give various exemptions to people who have their own servants or slaves. So I feel like Zenoba could probably maneuver things to get her onto the third floor, but that's a minor detail, doesn't really matter.
おい、ルーデルスだぜ。すげえよな。たった1年で特別生徒全員を締めちまうなんて。俺、魔王を倒すところ見てたんだぜ。一撃だよ、一撃。ああいうのは気分が良くなるが、あまり調子に乗らないようにしたいところだ。
And I also do like how that shows how rumors can kind of be exaggerated a little bit, because even the guy who witnessed the actual event is kind of twisting how that duel with Badagati happened. Because if we remember that it wasn't like a full-on duel, Badagati decided to change the parameters of things, where he said, okay, you know what? Instead of a regular duel, you get one shot for free. If you wound me, you win. If you don't, I win. And so there was only ever going to be one shot, and Rudy, of course, was able to blow the fuck out of Badagati. Oh, I just realized how that sounds. Don't mind me. But yeah, he's able to wound Badagati, putting it lightly. I still think I preferred how the book did it, where Badagati actually fucking explodes. Because I think that really does showcase just how strong Rudy is when he's, really gets 100%. Yeah. That is a lot of a lot of verbs, prepositions, and pronouns all in a string right there. So, and I as I mentioned earlier, I didn't get a lot of sleep, so let me just parse the English language for a second. The character who we think Elenalise was where she was with who she was with. Okay, I think you may have also inserted a few there. Don't worry. My brain's not at 100% today, but because she was dangerous to her hometown. Yeah, that's possible. It's hard to say, because they deliberately didn't go into a whole lot of detail with that. But there was definitely something. But for all we know, it may not have been a curse. It may just have been some sort of superstition, or maybe she was just an outcast for other reasons. Maybe she just didn't mesh with the wider elven society. I think it's left deliberately vague, so we don't really know. But it's definitely possible. Okay. I I gotta say, I mentioned it in the last stream, but man, I fucking love Julie so much in the anime. She was great in the books, but like every element I liked about her in the books is like enhanced in the anime. I think just the every little moment she has is just kind of perfect.
一目見ただけでこの良さがわかるとは。バーティ様、少しいただいてもよろしいですか？無論である。一人で飲んでいてもつまらんからな。
And especially, I love how she just saw Badagati drink, and then she's gonna use the exact same mannerisms as him when she drinks, and it's just so adorable.
そんなこと言わず、ガバガバ行くがよい。さて、ではよも一杯。
お前は授業があるからやめとけよ。
Like look at that. That's so cute. I can't help but love Julie. She's just one of the best, just like side characters. She's great. Although I will also say that Rudy coming to school like this has made him a bit straight-laced. Like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's not that big a deal to have a drink at lunch when you have class later. Like, I don't know. They're all adults here. But I mean, part of it is also that the university has been kind of Japanified a little bit due to Nanahoshi's influence. Like, you know, the fact that they even have uniforms is due to Nanahoshi, which I'll be honest, I live in America. I grew up in America. I went to school in America, and I did not go to private school. I went to public school. I've never had to wear a school uniform, and I've always been grateful that I've never had to wear a school uniform. So, I mean, Nanahoshi clearly believes it's a positive, but I don't know. It's not something I think is necessarily conducive to learning. Depends on the environment, though. But I mean, but Rudy's probably kind of defaulting to a more straight-laced personality and kind of more adherence to rules and studiousness, probably because it feels like, I don't even know if it's a familiar environment to him, but one that that is more normal to him, because even though he didn't really attend much school himself, at least much high school himself, because he became a hikikomori at, I believe it was 14, so he kind of dropped out in his early high school years. So he didn't have a full high school education experience himself, but you know, we know he watched a lot of anime, read a lot of manga and light novels, so he's probably very familiar with the school setting, at least as depicted in otaku media. So he's probably kind of, since he's put in this environment now, one that is like distinctly made to be more closer to Japan's system by Nanahoshi, he's probably kind of defaulting to the rules of that environment because of that. I may be reading into it a little too much, but you know, you guys knew what you were in for. You knew that's how I kind of do things.
学生とは大変だな。
お次はこの大麻レンガで覆われた実験室で召喚魔術に関する実験を行う。と言っても俺がやるのは七星が独自に描いた魔法陣に魔力を注ぐという単純作業だ。既存の魔法陣はほとんど失われているそうだが、彼女はその法則性について調べ、大量の魔法陣を描き。
Yeah, and like I was saying earlier, the magic works very much like computer programming in this world, and magic circles are essentially a complex program. And I don't know if any of you have any programming experience, but I do. Not like extensively, I've never done it professionally, but I do have actually a passing familiarity with JavaScript. So, okay. Yep, Linea and Presena, yep, they're very great. I completely agree with you. Thank you for your contribution. I appreciate it. But, so, computer programming. So, one of the things, the way you kind of do programming in general is, you know kind of what you want to do, and once you're knowledgeable about programming, you kind of know in general how you're going to go about it, or at least what the major elements of your program are going to be. So you kind of have a basic idea of how the program works. So you start writing the program, you kind of put the framework together, and then you start with working on individual segments of the code to make it do the thing you think it should do. And, you don't create the entire program all at once, because then things are going to break. And especially once you build code that is around other broken code, it's going to be also broken. So that's why you got to kind of build it piece by piece once you got the basic framework up and running. So one of the things you do is you build a small section of code, find a parameters to test it with, and then you run that snippet of code. Or you might run the entire program and just look at certain parts, certain elements. And, essentially you have the code out there, and then you just click run, or whatever your particular code program is. And I used JavaScript, so that was with web pages. So I would kind of open up an HTML document, and that would be what runs the code, since that's just how JavaScript works. And that's how you would test things. And what Rudy's doing is basically, by infusing mana into the magic circles, that's basically like clicking run on the program. So that's how they're testing the code. Nanahoshi was doing it purely in theory beforehand. She's like basically opened up a notepad doc and is writing shit down, which you can do that. Not a very clear and obvious way to code, but you can do that. So yeah, it just goes to show that Mushoku Tensei does have a hard magic system. It's very, very related to computer programming. I think that's really cool. And I like how they're kind of inserting all these programming principles into how Nanahoshi explores magic in general. And I imagine she would have a much easier time if you could, if Mushoku Tensei magic had a console log like JavaScript does.
実験を繰り返すことでいくつかの独自魔術の開発に成功したのだというすごいことだ。
And also, Nanahoshi is developing a similar understanding of magic to Rudy, just more of an intellectual way of looking at things, where Rudy is able to kind of navigate things by touch, because he's more adept at actually manipulating the mana into doing what he wants, where Nanahoshi is able to figure out how it actually works on a technical level and use essentially math and reasoning to logic the mana in the way that she wants it to go. So they're taking different approaches to magic, but they're still developing the same kind of understanding of it. Rudy just can't necessarily put his understanding into academic terms, because it's like if you're trying to explain the mechanics of standing and keeping your balance. Like, you're doing like a million different tiny muscle movements to stay standing. You can't necessarily explain that because you're doing it automatically. And that's how Rudy understands magic. And again, and I mentioned it before, but that mask has to be so fucking uncomfortable. Like, just the fact that there is no nose or mouth hole, so she's just constantly breathing on her own face. Like, I don't know how she can stand it.
何千万通りの魔法陣のパターンから総当たりで正解を見つけようとしている。
具体的にこれは何の実験をしているんですか？
私たちの世界から人間を召喚するための前段階の理論のための実験ね。
本来は不可能だが、人間を召喚する魔法陣が完成すれば、逆に送り返す魔法陣を作れる。
And it is also worth noting that the magic it would take to summon a person from another world is like really intense magic, like really hardcore stuff. You do eventually learn why these two got isekai'd. It's not super relevant to the plot, but I'm still not going to spoil it. But like, it involves some really hardcore, heavy-duty magic. So that, like, if Nanahoshi was able to do it ultimately, yeah, I will say Nanahoshi I think she's autistic, personally. That's my read on her. She has a very hyper logical way of thinking, and also she's just not the best at reading people. Like she just like if you look at her first interactions with Rudy, like Rudy is actively having a PTSD flashback and a panic attack at the same time. And she just is like completely blind to the fact that he's completely fucked up. And he's like, "Oh yeah, Orston's not looking to kill you. He might though, but it's not currently in his plans," which is like the least helpful thing she could have fucking said at that moment. But that's how Nanahoshi is. So I have a feeling that she's the kind of person who would do really well in these types of logical, like iteration based systems. So she probably is a little autistic, but also has the type of mind that would work really well in STEM. So like I think she, like if the kind of person she would be in our world, I think she would really take to something like computer programming or math or any type of hard science, basically.
かもしれないだそうだ。
Because I also agree with you. I noticed that she, it's not just that she has this outsider's perspective on magic that lets her understand it on a deeper level because she isn't bogged down by the misconceptions of the world. She's also able to explore that and experiment in ways that the average person can't.
それはいいですが、人間を召喚って同じことをしたらまた災害が起きるんじゃないですか?
And she also might be a genius. That's like a very real possibility. Like she is very obviously highly intelligent, like to the point where it's like not just, oh, this person is smart. It's like, oh, this person is fucking smart. So yeah, she actually just might be a straight up genius. We see a couple of those throughout the course of the story, with Aisha being an example, which that's one thing I'm excited for season 2 part 2. I can't wait to get back to Aisha because she's another one of my favorite characters, but we'll get there.
もちろん災害を引き起こすつもりはないわ。けど、この後2つの理論が実証できれば、災害が起きた理由の仮説が立てられるわ。
実験に失敗はつきもの。
But that's all. I will say this is also another interesting conversation because Nanahoshi is not a bad person or a malicious person. However, she is the type of person who is very focused on her goal, kind of to the exclusion of everything else. And while she's not going to completely disregard any ethical concerns, they are not forefront in her mind. So, like, I could imagine that if she didn't have these moments of Rudy kind of keeping her in check, saying, "Hey, don't forget that when you were summoned, bad shit ended up happening. We want to prevent bad shit from happening. So make sure you understand these things before you actually like commit to them." I could imagine a scenario where Nanahoshi didn't. It's not like she would actively disregard such concerns, but I could see her kind of forgetting about those concerns because they're just. I think she, and also in a sense, kind of like Rudy used to, doesn't really view people as people in this world. To her, it still all kind of feels fake. So I can imagine she doesn't have that intuitive sense of, I need to preserve life. Kind of like how we in the real world wouldn't just like experiment and, build a nuclear bomb because we know, hey, if shit goes wrong, a lot of people are going to die. That would be bad, so we're not going to do that. That kind of thing.
なんて言葉もありますので、あまり軽く考えないでくださいよ。
だからこうして足場固めからやっているんでしょ。
僕も召喚魔術について学びたいのですが。
召喚術は私の生命線よ。おいそれと教えられないわ。
And and I also really like this line here because it really does showcase how, even if you didn't figure it out for yourself already, shows that Sylphie is just so diametrically wrong about everything she thinks about Rudy and Nanahoshi, where they have they do have that connection of their past life, the fact that they are probably at this point speaking Japanese because they're both happy to finally have somebody else who can speak Japanese to them. But the way they interact with one another is very transactional. And that's mostly Nanahoshi's doing, where Rudy would have helped her regardless, but she's still thinking about like, hey, I have this card in my hand. I don't want to give it up. And I think that's also part of another supporting thing, I think, is to my theory that Nanahoshi is autistic. Because I think if she had a little bit better ability to read people, she would pretty quickly understand that Rudy is a very genuine person who wouldn't take advantage of her openness, essentially. At least the way Rudy is currently, he wouldn't do anything like that. He's the kind of person he would help just because he could help, because he felt bad, and he would be happy to also get help in return. But yeah, so she's like so curious, like so hesitant to share her knowledge of summoning because she feels like, hey, I don't have this leverage over you if I give that to you. And that's just another way of how Nanahoshi is, where that kind of mindset is completely blocking any ability for them to have a real connection at this point. Eventually, they kind of get over it. They do become friendly. They never really get super close. And part of the way Rifujin did things is because I still say that I think in the latter parts of the story, he kind of forgot about Nanahoshi and realized like, oh shit, she still exists. Well, Rudy and everyone else important is kind of doing their own thing. And like sometimes just being halfway around the world doing those things and not interacting with Nanahoshi. So he kind of at one point just says, oh yeah, we didn't really talk too much because I've been so busy doing my own thing. We kind of grew apart during that time. So again, I that feels to me like a bit of a cop out, but that is kind of just how they do things. But even taking that into consideration, they do develop an understanding, and some of those barriers do get broken down between them. And maybe in a different world, in a different scenario where Rifujin did actually keep all that in consideration when he was fully creating the story. And again, I think a lot of the problems that arise in Mushoku Tensei is because he kind of got too ambitious for his own good and opened up too many threads that he couldn't properly close all in a satisfying way. But in a world where he approached with the idea of getting everything closed off by the end, I could see them becoming pretty good friends.
今の実験が終わったら一つ質問に答えてあげるわ。一つ割に合わないんじゃないですかね。どの道すべての実験が終わって私が帰る時には実験結果をあなたにあげるんだから今は少し我慢しなさいよ。
まあまだ何も成果が出てないうちからのくれくれはみっともないか。
そんなに知りたければ自分で調べなさい。
ありがとうございます。
夕食後はジュリに魔術の授業を行う。その後は人形作りだ。とはいえ、ジュリはまだ1年目。
Another interesting thing I noticed that's a little bit of a difference between the anime and the books is that in the books, they didn't really establish this connection between Julie and Rudy like they're doing here, where in the books, Julie, her real connection was to Zenoba, whereas she always kind of felt nervous around Rudy and hesitant of him and a little bit scared of him. And they eventually come to an agreement, but they never really get close. And it's Zenoba that she clings to because, Zenoba is basically the father figure to her. I don't really have a strong preference either way. I know it is nice to see them actually developing a bit of a bond there because Rudy is being her teacher in magic, and it's cute. So I don't think it's a real major thing. I don't think that animosity is not the right word, but that distance between the two of them in the books, I don't think it really was that necessary to any kind of wider storytelling, except maybe that the distance between them made it make more sense for her to develop that closeness with Zenoba specifically. because I do think their connection is very important, and I do hope they dedicate some time to showing how those two become really close and how she goes to love him as a father and he loves her as a daughter. So again, I do hope they dedicate some time to that. I don't think they need that distance between Julie and Rudy to get that done, but they do need to dedicate like some actual effort into doing that. But we'll see if they do or not. I've noticed small things like that are one of the things the anime sometimes likes to skip over. I really hope they don't, because I know they kind of speed ran through some of the friendship building between Rudy and Zenoba and Cliff, because there's still plenty of time to establish that, but they are kind of yada yadaing certain things.
絶対的に魔力総量が足りないし、精密性も全然だ。手先は器用といっても、彫り物用の道具は使い始めたばかりで、ぎこちなさが残っている。長い目で見ていく必要があるだろう。七星に会って。
Yeah, exactly, because Julie saw his power and saw what he could do to somebody when he was angry at them, and I think was probably also cognizant of the fact that he was pulling his punches with them. And like, you know, it makes sense that, I mean, she was scared in the anime in those moments. That was actually a lot of times played up for comedy because, you know, she was having her adorable freak out moments, but yeah, that was it. It became its own thing in the books that kind of went away once the conflict with Linnea and Persena went away. So it is what it is. I mean, it's not even really a complaint, just an acknowledgement that it's different.
以来、図書館に行くことは少なくなった。こうして俺の一日は過ぎていく。病を治す手立ては見つからない。フィッツ先輩とは。
Excuse me. I am sorry. Excuse me for a second. I realized something a few things. First of all, that the multi-chat is not working properly. Let me fix that. But also, I noticed I got some bots in the Kick chat. So give me 1 second. Let me see if I can fix the multi-chat once I've banned the bots. Here, let me... No, excuse me. 1 moment. Accounts. Sorry, it's running a little slow, and I will say I do know why it's slow. Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. It's connected to Twitch. It's just disconnected itself from Kick. Let me just quickly fix that. I mean, it's not the biggest deal. I know I don't really get a whole lot of activity that's not bots on Kick, and I will say I will have to. It's okay. It's yeah, another bot. Let me just excuse me. Sorry for the delay, you guys, because yeah, I'm getting some bots. Let me just add a few more let me just do that. And sorry, I'm just adding a few more banned words to block the to the filter, just to catch, because I think I figured out how these bots work. So I think I will be good. And I just want to get this done so they don't pop up when I add the thing back to the chatbot. I mean, not the chatbot, the combined chat program. So it should be working. And I do also apologize. My computer is running a little slow right now because I've just not updated the latest, done the latest update. Okay, so just gotta wait for that to there. Excuse me. Just gotta catch up with the chat. When there's real dwarf lore on that, I don't know. Is that per perspective chapter? I don't remember. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, I do remember that now, Amir. Yeah, okay, so things should work now. The bots might still show up, but they will be caught before. I think. I think they'll get caught before they actually say anything that will let them advertise themselves to the viewers. Okay, so again, I do apologize for that. Kick does have a bit of a bot problem. The best I can really do is figure out what they're saying and strategically add some banned words to my auto moderation so that they get caught and don't potentially impact regular viewers. Okay. I was probably saying something before that all happened, but yeah, I just don't remember what that was. So let's just get back to it.
の手紙が届いた。
ゾルダートからだ。
ゾルダート・ヘッケラー、懐かしきステップとリーダーのリーダーだ。何クランの集会でシャリーアに来てるのか。そこで久しぶりに飯でも食おうと手紙をくれたらしい。
And another little nice thing about how Mushoku Tensei tends to do things is that they actually do follow up on minor elements from past parts of the story. Where, I mean, it doesn't do it quite as much as the books do, because the books will actually just have minor events happen and then get referenced 10 books later casually, including just jokes like things that you would assume are just there to be funny. With the I'm still very fucking annoyed that they didn't have the fried chicken scene from the Demon Continent, where because that whole thing is so funny on its own. Okay, I'll explain to the anime for the anime only. So when Rudy was with Eris and Ruijerd, at one point they come across a restaurant or a food stand, something like that, where I can't remember exactly what it was, but Rudy, from the name, was like, this looks like Japanese cooking. Like, it might have been karage or something similar. He's like, this seems like the kind of thing that I'm familiar with. I haven't had this type of cooking in so long. I'm really excited to try it. If it's even like a little bit like I remember, I'm going to be happy, because for all Rudy loves his new life and hates the old world, things like food are things that like always brought him comfort in the old world. So he is excited when he's able to recreate those tastes in this new world, which generally doesn't have any Japanese cooking. So he's really excited to try this, what he presumes is Japanese-esque chicken. And it's like really shit. Like, it tastes disgusting. It's done completely wrong. And he gets like, oh, was it? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I might be remembering wrong. I just remember it was during the journey with Eris and Ruijerd. So I don't remember the exact moment. But actually, it probably makes more sense if it's in Millis, but than the Demon Continent, but it's not important. So Rudy eats this chicken and it's disgusting. He hates it. It's awful. And he just loses his shit. He starts berating the guy who cooked it, and he's just losing his mind. And at this point, this is completely out of character for him. So Eris and Ruijerd are kind of like, what the fuck are you doing? And Rudy is like just kind of ranting and raving until they drag him away. And it's a funny scene on its own. Sorry if you could hear that. I just need my water. Yes, and so on its own, it's a very funny scene. It's just Rudy being out of pocket and crashing out over chicken. It's funny. But then, like, way later, like 10 books later, you realize that, welcome back, Alan, but 10 books later, you realize that character who ran that restaurant was actually like a major significant character to the world who kind of wanted to retire from his, important world-defining position. Like, you know, he has impact on things like geopolitics and all that. He's a major character, major significance in the world. Not going to say details because that anime hasn't gotten there yet, but he had decided he wanted to retire from his more glory days and pursue his passion of cooking and opening a restaurant. And when when Rudy just started just tearing into him about his cooking, that was kind of the last push he needed to realize, man, I actually kind of fucking suck at cooking. This is probably not the path for me. This is not in the cards for me. You know what? Fine. I'll go back to the stuff I was doing before, like people want me to. And then he becomes relevant later on in the story in his proper role. And it's just funny when you realize that Rudy pushed that chain of events into motion. So they do that a lot in the books. And they're doing it still in the anime, just not to that extent. Where, they'll have Soldat was like, hey, yeah, you know what? Next time I'm in the area, we should reunite, just hang out again. And they're actually bringing that back, when I imagine a lot of authors would have said, like, you know what? Soldat served his role, and Soldat never really serves a super major role in the story after this. Like, nothing that couldn't be written out. But Ryufujin still is like, you know what? I'm going to bring him back because he is a part of the world. He is a part of Rudy's story. It makes sense to bring him back. Makes everything feel very connected.
中高時代の友達と久しぶりに遊ぶ感覚ってこんな感じなんだろうか。結構いいもんじゃないか。
それにしても泥沼、本当に久しぶりだよな。
いつぶりですかね。
And I do like this scene also because it shows just that one of the criticisms I had of the early parts of season 2 is that a lot of the early stuff with Counter Arrow and with Soldat felt rushed, where they didn't really give it the breathing room it needed. A lot of times, certain time skips were not very clear, where like it was supposed to be like a year or two during that whole event, and it felt like it could have been like a month, just based on how the anime portrayed it. And they didn't show these relationships building and fracturing and doing all these things they needed to do. But this scene, I think, does a decent job at partially correcting that. Just because of the banter these guys have with each other and with Elise and all these together, it really does show by how harsh they're being to one another in a friendly way that they really actually have gotten pretty close during their time together. And they actually do have these understandings where, like, the stuff that Soldat's going to be saying, like, they're fucking fighting words if you're not friends. Not this specifically. This is pretty obviously banter, but especially when he starts talking to Elise. Like, if they weren't already, like, cool with one another, they'd be fighting.
じゃあルーキーらしく荷物持ちでもしてあげましょうか。
お前が荷物を持つ？バカか。持つのは俺たちだろ。
はぐれ竜の時もそうでしたね。
ありゃ稼がせてもらったな。しかし。
And you are right, Alan. As I've said before, I reiterated this at the beginning of the stream. You weren't here, but I am a Sylphie supremacist, so I was very excited to watch these 3 episodes when I watched them on my own, and I noticed a lot of good stuff in them. I'm very excited. These were great. Pretty much everything I imagined from the books, they handled it really well. Even certain things I was thinking about, like, I hope there's one particular shot that I will bring up when it comes around to it. That happens in the next episode, but there was one shot I was like, I wonder if they're going to shoot this in this specific way, and then they did, and I'm very happy about that. Yeah, and this was what I was talking about, where, like, Soldat's casually just calling Elise a dirty slut, and she's just like, taking it in stride. She understands that he's not being mean. So, yeah.
現れなかっただけですわ。でもついに現れたんですの、素敵な殿方が。私こう見えて一途ですのよ。
And it's funny. In this scene is funny because Elise is, bantering with everyone and having a good time, being a little bit playful about how she was able to kind of change from her past self to become loyal to Cliff. But her words are actually a lot more real than she's making them seem. Because as far as we know, Elise has never really committed to somebody before. At least not since she woke up. And because we don't know exactly how she was before her amnesia. We can make some guesses, but we don't know for sure. Because of her curse, she's always kind of just hopped from guy to guy, and the only time she stuck around was when she got pregnant, and then she would raise the child into adulthood with the father, if possible, for the sake of the child, and then once they grew up, then she would fuck off again. So she would temporarily settle down, but she never committed to anybody. Cliff is presumably the first time that ever happened. And it was because he was pretty much the first person to see her and fall for her, and not for the fact that she's an attractive woman who puts out easily. He actually, expressed an interest in Elise the person, not Elise the fleshlight, basically. And that, really touched her, and that's why she fell completely head over heels for him immediately. So she's joking around saying, oh, I've just never found a real gentleman like this. I've never... She's, really right. It is possible. Well, maybe. It's hard to say for sure. I know a lot of Elise's past is not super detailed, so it is hard to say for sure. But I think regardless, it's it is the case that Elise was really touched by how Cliff approached her, and that completely blew her mind, and that's why she fell for him. And she's joking about it here, but those words are a lot more real than she's making them sound.
おいそれもう一度集合だ。
またかよ。午前中にやったじゃねえか。
仕方ねえよ。今回はクランの奴らも張り切ってるしな。
今日は一日遊ぼうと思ってたんだが、ドラムは悪かったな。また今度頼むわ。ええ。
It's hard for me to say, Thomas, just because I I never read the web novels, and it's been a while since I've read this part of the light novels, so I don't really remember too many details. I largely remember broad swaths of the story. Little individual details. While I'm usually pretty good with that kind of thing, it's hard to say when it comes to details, just because it's been long enough that I don't remember. Eventually, I'll get around to my full reread. Over the course of however many years, I'll eventually do my full analysis of the entire series. Hopefully. I might die of old age before that gets done, but it's in the plans. But yeah, so details I'm not going to remember. So, I don't know. We'll it's hard to say. Yeah. I mean, again, it's hard to say if I should know what's in your head. I know you guys probably shouldn't know necessarily what's in my head. That might cause problems. It'll be like staring into the void. But yeah, let's get back to it. I know I would actually really be interested in reading the web novels someday, but I would need a new translation. I would need somebody else to do a translation, or maybe if I eventually become fluent in Japanese, which is, I am studying it, but it's going slow. If I ever do manage to learn Japanese, that is something I'll probably do. I'll probably read the web novels in Japanese, but I'd be interested in seeing how they're different. But that translation. I just can't do it as is.
また誘ってください。
And I also do like this look into adventuring parties as part of a wider clan. That's something that is referenced a couple times in the books, but is never really fully explored. How it becomes very bureaucratic once you start adding a lot of people. And another interesting thing is, so Mushoku Tensei, especially early on in the story, like way earlier than we are at now, but in the books, a lot of things are kind of explained through like video game lenses, which, I mean, if you've seen any modern isekai, and Mushoku Tensei might have actually been the originator of this trope, but a lot of isekai, fantasy isekai specifically, have very video gamey elements to them. Sometimes they like explicitly have stat screens, like if you listen to like Konosuba, which I understand Konosuba is not like the typical isekai, but like it actually has like video game systems in it. But the reason they were doing that is because, you know, Rudy was this big nerd who pretty much only existed through consumption of media and nerd shit. So he kind of viewed everything through a video gamey lens. And so when he would explore the world in his head and try to explain things to the reader, that is how he would explain it like in video game terms, because that's just the frame of reference he has. Sort of like how Nana Hoshi is explaining things in sci-fi terms because she's a sci-fi fan. That's how she processes things. But so a lot of the world of Mushoku Tensei kind of takes on these video gamey elements, not because they're inherently video gamey, but because that's how Rudy interprets them. And this is also, and I always thought that the way that the larger clans in Mushoku Tensei worked was another interesting connection to that, because that's kind of how MMO clans work. And I don't know if any of you have played any MMOs, but like the big clans, they're like really fucking serious about it. Like they actually run it like a fucking company. Like they have like a whole process of how they do things. It's very professional for an in-game video game clan. And I mean, even I've done a little bit of being involved in clan leadership of a very small clan, and even that I was just like, no, this is fucking bullshit. I don't want to deal with this. Fuck this. And that clan is no longer a thing. But just seeing that element of things represented in just Soldat's explanations of what he's having to deal with, like that rings really true. Like that, like, yeah, this is kind of how MMO clans tend to work. So it's kind of neat to see that they're still kind of leaning into those video game elements. And I will also agree that Konosuba is very good. I actually only saw the first season. I still need to watch the second season. I'll get around to it eventually. I really liked it. And I do also need to read the books. That's in the plans, along with a million other things I need to do. One thing that's really annoying is that, you know, I've been reading books for my whole life. Well, since I've learned to read, which, I mean, I had the basics of reading down before I even started kindergarten, because my parents would read to me and I watched Sesame Street. Like those together, I was able to figure out the basics of reading before schooling. And I've been reading ever since. Lately, in my current living situation, I not only now have an e-reader, which lets me have a lot more access to books than I did before. I also live right next to my supermarket that I go to is a discount store is not the right way to say it. It's essentially it's a store that sells things cheap, because that's how they kind of acquire merchandise cheaply through like if a manufacturer has overproduced something, they'll buy up the excess. If a company goes bankrupt, they'll buy out their inventory, and that's how they stock their store, and they're able to sell shit really cheap because of that. They have a big book section. A lot of times I'll go there and I'll end up picking up a book, and I pick them up way faster than I read them. So books are one of those things that my backlog is just steadily growing and growing and growing. And even with that, I'll also be impulse buying stuff. Like I recently picked up the first of the I picked up the Berserk manga. I picked up the nice hardcover one, so that's the first 3 volumes. I still need to read that. I've been meaning to for a while, but yeah, books are one of those things that are really piling up for me. So I want to read Konosuba, but I don't know when I'll get around to it.
どうします？皆さんはこの後どこかへ行くんですか？
そうですわね。これからクリフに冒険者のいろはを教えてあげようと思いますの。ご一緒にいかが？
ルーデス、お前の助けを借りる気はない。それなら僕は学校に戻ります。
では他の方にはよろしく言っといてくださいまし。
エリナ・リーゼさんたちも初心者が一緒ならあんまり厳しいところには行かないよう気をつけてくださいよ。
And I do like this moment too as well for a couple of reasons. I think, Rudy is looking out for Cliff because Rudy's an experienced adventurer at this point. He's also a very high level mage. He's very skilled, but he's had these experiences where he knows just how quickly shit can go sideways. So, and he knows how people can kind of freeze up when they're really placed in danger for the first time. So I know his mindset there is that he wants to protect Cliff, essentially, because he's become friends with him. And he's like, ease him into it so that you know how he reacts and he can build up his confidence. But also, we know that Cliff is a fundamentally different person from when we saw him in Eris the Goblin Slayer, where, he's matured in many ways. He's focused on his magic. He's probably a lot more composed than he was too, because he did actually freeze up with Eris. And he takes offense to Rudy's behavior, not realizing that it does genuinely come from a place of kindness and concern. But yeah, it's just an interesting exploration of their evolving dynamic, because though he is a beginner adventurer as far as things are concerned, because he doesn't have a whole lot of practical experience with combat magic, I do think he's at a place where he's probably pretty capable and could handle more than the average beginner adventurer, where he's not wrong to be a little bit prickled at Rudy's downplaying of his abilities, but also he is kind of pushing his reaction a little bit above what I think would necessarily be the most appropriate response. I realized I just used a lot of words. Not sure how much sense they made. As I said earlier, I did not get a whole lot of sleep last night. So the normal filter, or filter's not even the right word, the tracks that the train of my mind runs on don't quite exist. So I'm gonna kind of ramble and go off on tangents and shit like that. My ADHD medication is only gonna do so much. So unfortunately, things like that are gonna happen. Okay, that's good. Good that there's no comprehension problems on your end. I am noticing that I am kind of just continuing sentences today in ways that I don't usually do. So I'm going to try to be a little bit cognizant of that, but yeah, who knows? Again, lack of sleep, it's one of those things that does affect people's heads. Actually, yeah. And I will say it's funny, Annalise isn't wrong about that, where Cliff is probably a little bit less reckless than Rudy, ultimately speaking, because Rudy is. Deep Lion, it's Mushoku Tensei. Specifically, I mean, you can see the stream title. We're looking at season 2, episodes 10 through 12 today. We're currently towards the end of episode 10. It's very good. Would recommend. Would also recommend the books. Those books are excellent. Actually, excuse me, guys, for a minute. I need to use the restroom. I will be right back. All right, I am back. Once again, I do apologize for the interruption, but, nature calls. The cat's being a little attention hungry today, so we might get interrupted at some point, but, it is what it is. I don't think a meow here and there is gonna break your immersion. So I will say I really do like this upcoming scene because I think it's a good scene on its own, but with additional context that, admittedly, the anime reveals it really quickly. But I, of course, already knew what was going on because of my experience with the books. I am very there's a lot of little layers to this conversation that you don't know the full extent of things on a first watch, assuming you haven't read the books. But it takes on a completely different dynamic when you watch it in context, because this is one of those things where if you are watching it for the first time here on stream, I would recommend at some point on your own going back and rewatching this upcoming scene, because I think it, again, with context, so much gets added. Yeah, and generally speaking, I do agree that, Mushoku Tensei is interesting when it comes to time in general, because it is ultimately a pretty slow-paced story, but time goes pretty fast as well, all things considered. Because if we do remember, so there's 26 books, and, it's 20-something years. So, over the course of the series, we're seeing a couple decades go by, and the first 2 books are 10 years. But that being said, it does kind of take things at a pretty slow, methodical pace for the most time. There are some parts where tensions rise, things kind of kick into gear, and things move fast for a while. But even from the start, I've kind of been saying that it's like they've been doing pretty consistently 3 to 4 episodes per book. And a lot of times I feel like that's just not enough. I think in particular, even the first volume probably should have been 6 to 8 episodes. Because I feel like Roxy and Sylphie each kind of really needed their own dedicated segments, as opposed to just kind of having everything Roxy done in one episode, then everything Sylphie and the major parts of Sylphie's story happening in one episode. Again, I think they just need a little more time to build, and that's kind of been a consistent pattern throughout, where, granted, they probably didn't really have much of a choice. It was, executives saying, you got to keep the story moving along, you got to get to these points at this period of time. The realities of production are different than somebody who can just kind of write what they want to write. So I'm not really blaming the creatives here, but I do agree that they've had to skip a lot just because of how fast they're moving the story along. Even though it is actually just from an anime-only perspective, the story is actually still pretty slow-paced, even with how fast they're moving.
挨拶だけはしておくとしようか。
こんにちは。奇遇ですね、こんなところで。
お前、ルーデウス。
相変わらず俺のことが好きではないらしい。俺はフィッツ先輩と仲良くできればそれでいいんだ。
Again, I got stuff to say about this, but give it a second.
先輩、今日はちょっとイメージ違いますね。
何が違うんだろう。
And this scene is just so cool because with hindsight, we know that that's actually not Sylphie. That's Ariel disguised as Sylphie. Because she's, that's how she can kind of explore things without drawing attention to herself. Just kind of doing things as, not really a commoner because Sylphie is recognizable as Silent Fitz, but as not herself. So we kind of assume that Sylphie is just kind of still projecting her nervousness from the opening of this episode. She's concerned that Rudy doesn't is interested in another woman, that she doesn't feel like she's good enough for him, and she's kind of shying away from him because of it. When, with context, we know that this is actually Ariel, and she's trying to avoid conversing with Rudy because he knows, she knows that he will see right through her because he knows at this point Fitz really well, or as well as anybody outside of the little circle can, and that and even you notice even the little bits he's noticing he's noticing some idiosyncrasies. He's noticing that she's carrying herself differently than Sylphie would. So, like Rudy, the person who's not very good at picking up on people and reading people, he's immediately kind of seeing everything that's different. So again, it's kind of misleading you in one sense, while also misleading all of these different characters in the same. And yeah, that might be true, Alan. I don't quite remember. But I also feel like even if she did change her voice into Sylphie's, she would still have this kind of reaction just because she knows that the two of them are getting close. So that, yeah. And there are little differences like that. It's very nice misdirection. And I love how the beginning of the episode sets up this misdirection here. And Rudy also thinks that Luke doesn't like him because of how standoffish he was earlier. But that was before Luke knew that Sylphie hadn't revealed herself to Rudy yet. So his anger was misplaced. And he's gotten over that, but Rudy doesn't know that. So he thinks Luke is still just being standoffish, while Luke is just desperately trying to preserve Ariel's cover. Again, it's just more layers to this conversation. It's one of these things where, like, I could imagine somebody just making a video essay, just spending a half hour just picking this scene apart because of how many different layers of conversation are going on here. I really like it.
こんなところで何の用だ。
何かまずいところに出くわしたのだろうか。まさか二人はデート中とか。ルークは実は男もいける口で、フィッツ先輩とはナウイ息子でレスリングな仲か。
Yeah, and it's also funny, but one thing about Rudy is, in the books especially, a lot of times when he says his really out-of-pocket shit, it's, covering for some deeper character work going on. Like, the infamous line being from the first page of the first book. He goes, "What the hell had I even done wrong? All I did was skip out on our parents' funeral to spank it to uncensored lolly porn." Which just, to me, like, that was a moment that was very funny, but on a reread, I noticed that it just really contextualized a lot of his mindset, showed how sex overpowered his brain and how he kind of views everything through a sexual lens, how he's completely lost his connection with other people, doesn't realize the obvious reasons why what he did was upsetting to his family, and why his logic was just saying, hey, my parents and I grew apart, so it makes sense for me to not go to their funeral. When he doesn't understand that it's like, even though, they're still his parents and his family still wanted him there to see them, to send them off. But yeah, that line, all that character work was kind of hidden behind a really funny out-of-pocket line. And that's like a consistent pattern throughout most of at least the early parts of the series, because Rudy obviously does kind of grow up. He does get a handle on things. He does mature in many ways. So his really out-of-pocket shit doesn't continue through the entire series. But for at least like the first half of things, whenever he says something just completely fucking hilarious, and if it's not a pop culture reference, a lot of times it's digging into something a little bit deeper. This is not quite as deep as a lot of his out-of-pocket lines are, and the anime will a lot of times just kind of have the out-of-pocket lines without the extra character work, which, like, I'm actually still really annoyed at how they handled the I could get off 3 times in a row to those hentai tags, where in the books it was showcasing how he had one of his biggest regrets was losing contact with his old friend, and how he kind of interpreted his positive memories of her. It just kind of warped into sexuality and his desire. So his positive memories of his friend is not something he remembers fondly. It's something that gets him horny. and that's another big part of his personality. Something that, again, I think the anime kind of missed out on. Like, they really were lacking in that regard. Not entirely. You can still come to these conclusions in the anime, but I think it was much more clear in the books. So, and that line was meant to kind of introduce us to that concept in a way that was kind of, a little bit subtle, not really right on the surface. Something you would intuitively understand, but not necessarily logically understand, which I didn't really pick up on it until my second read. But in the anime, it was literally just a comic relief line. When he was making friends with Sylphie and realized, oh yeah, I did have a friend at one point. I can jack off to her. That was kind of how they did it in the anime, so I'm still kind of annoyed about that. But here, it's... Again, this particular line is funny. Again, he's talking about them, dueling swords potentially, and it's funny. But he's also, remember, it shows that his mind is on Sylphie, even though he still thinks Sylphie's a boy. But he's starting to develop real feelings for her. So he can't help but his mind kind of bends in that direction where he sees them together and he gets a little bit jealous of Luke. He's like, no, I'm Fitz is my friend. I want to get close to him. He hasn't quite accepted that he's developing feelings, but he's like very clearly developing feelings. So he's kind of getting a little heated. He's like, is this person with another guy? Am I not going to be able to explore these feelings that I don't yet understand? So that's what this line is kind of hiding. Again, it's not as subtle as some of his other really crazy shit that he says, but it's still kind of following that same trend.
いえ、見かけたので声だけでもかけておこうと思いまして。フィッツ先輩。
そうか、挨拶に感謝する。フィッツは王女の護衛中は一言も喋らないことになっている。悪いが、察してくれないか。
やはり何かまずいタイミングで来てしまったのだろうか。
Although I will also say, I do actually like how Luke ends up being a character who's like a good friend to Sylphie, who never really develops a real friendship with Rudy. So like it's nice that Sylphie has her own circles and can develop her relationships that don't necessarily involve Rudy, because that is something that could have happened very easily with her, because let's not forget, she's not the most outgoing person in the world. She, keeps her circle pretty tight, pretty small, and for a long time it was her, Luke, and Ariel. That was like the three people she was, that group was the core friendship. And then Rudy is kind of brought into the circle, and he ends up developing a friendship with Ariel. So they kind of develop a little bit of closeness. So I do kind of like that. While Luke becomes an ally to Rudy, he never becomes the real friend to him. They're just kind of cordial to one another. But he still very clearly has a lot of care for Sylphie, in a platonic care, but care nonetheless. So again, I do like how they maintained one connection that Sylphie has that Rudy doesn't. So that it's not just that her friends are Rudy's friends. So that is something I do really like. I think that is a very important thing. It's very important for Sylphie's character, because remember, the reason they were separated in the first place is because they were going to become codependent. And it's, important that both of them did a lot of growing up in that interim. And having that connection with Luke keeps them from, like symbolically establishes that they don't have that codependence going on.
でも一言も口聞いてもらえないってどうなのよ。
どうした？
Yeah, and
いえ、何でもありません。失礼します。
And of course, as much as Rudy is not actually like being properly rejected as much as like he thinks he is, but like that's such a sore spot for him, because remember, his whole existence is kind of, right now it's the result of Eris leaving him. Even though she wasn't leaving him like to leave him, she wanted to build herself up, because she figured like, I need to kind of become the person who can stand by his side, that really, really hurt him. And now he's feeling the same kind of thing with Sylphie right now. He doesn't realize that. So Sylphie has kind of been pulling away from him because she's insecure about her own stuff going on. And she thinks that he's interested in Nanahoshi. So she's been kind of pulling away from him out of nervousness, essentially. And that's, Rudy's not thrilled about that, but he doesn't see anything bad about that. And now he feels like he's actually being snubbed by her. And he is starting to develop like real feelings for her, even though he doesn't quite realize that, because he still thinks that she's a boy at this point. So the feelings he has are very still muddled in his head. He's not come to terms with them yet, but the feelings are still there. So now he again feels rejected by somebody he's developing feelings for. And like that is just still an open wound for him. And like you can see he's starting to get like genuinely upset, even though it's all again a misunderstanding. So it's like this is very good, very subtle character work that's on top of this really interesting layered conversation that only kind of becomes clear when you realize that that's not actually Sylphie.
Outside 面だけは平静を装えたと思うが、内心ではガツンときていた。フィッツ先輩に避けられた。何も考えられないぐらいのダメージだ。
And we're also noticing that Rudy is starting to become a lot more aware of his own feelings and his own thoughts. He kind of, like, he's able to immediately articulate, is like, hey, being snubbed like that hurt. And like, he realizes that's what hurt him. That's something that, like, actually does show a lot of growth from his perspective, because remember, early Rudy, total gremlin. It's not just that he didn't understand people, he also very much did not understand himself. He was definitely kind of alexithymic, which means he didn't know what he was feeling at any real time except for the major big emotions. And even some of those he kind of conflated with one another, like how he basically, to him, happy was horny for a long time. And that's so, as much as Eris leaving him like really fucked him up, I think it really was a catalyst for him becoming a lot more emotionally aware.
あれこれと考えたが、どうしてフィッツ先輩に避けられたのか考えてもわからない。嫌われるようなことはした覚えがない。誰かに今の気持ちを相談、いや、愚痴りたい気分だった。
And that's another thing that's very big, where he realizes that, he's upset and he wants to confide in somebody. And he doesn't like fully admit that he wants to really have that emotional connection with somebody who can understand him and comfort him. He's saying, yeah, I just want a bitch, which, granted, that is a helpful thing sometimes. Complaining can make you feel better, but he realizes that he's hurt and he's alone, and right now what he wants is a connection with somebody to alleviate his hurt. Like, the fact that he is aware of this is such a huge thing for him. Like, I can't overstate this.
ザノバは確かミコの研究とやらで魔術ギルドの方に出向いているはずだ。ジュリも連れて行ってるだろう。
And again, and one of the things that we're seeing is at this point he is kind of alone, in a sense. Like, not out of like his like true loneliness, like he doesn't have anybody he doesn't have anybody there for him. It's just the people around him are either not the right person for this conversation or just not available right now, which, like, Zenoba would have heard him out. Cliff or Elise would have heard him out, but they're all doing shit. So, like, putting him in a situation where he feels alone is like another pretty big thing, where he's having this realization of what he needs emotionally, but he can't actually do it.
リニアとプルセナはなんか真面目に聞いてくれなさそうだな。変な揶揄とかされそうだ。
Yeah, they absolutely would.
七星は割といっぱいいっぱいだから、俺の愚痴なんて聞いてくれないかもしれない。
Yeah. But again, and we're also seeing he's starting to develop some better coping mechanisms for his hurt, where he does realize that his best solution right now would be to confide in somebody. It's just not an option right now. So he's like, you know what? Instead of just shutting down, I'm going to occupy my mind. Which, again, that's not something you should do 100% of the time, but it's good for the moment. And definitely better than what he was doing before, which was just kind of curling up into a ball and, just ceasing to exist. And then, again, that line right there, it just makes everything feel so just off if you don't know what's going on. Where, first of all, just chronologically, it feels weird that she'd be here in this moment because you're like, wait, didn't he just run into her in a completely different scenario? But she's like been sitting here for a while. What the fuck? Yeah, with context, we know that that's because Sylphie wasn't actually there. That was Ariel. And also her immediate reaction is to smile and be excited to talk to him again, in stark contrast to how Ariel pretending to be Sylphie was. So I love how deliberately weird this scene feels to somebody who doesn't know what's going on. Again, and of course, Sylphie is just like the emotional pillar of this entire series, and she immediately is able to see that he's not feeling good. And again, she immediately reacts to it. That's something we see a lot of, where Sylphie sees something in somebody and just does things about it. Yeah, exactly. I will say the anime doesn't always, again, chronology is a little bit weird in the anime sometimes, where, and I think that's some of the damage that the first couple episodes of season 2 did, where, again, they had long stretches of time feel like they were happening right next to each other. So, you could almost kind of be convinced that that's what happened here, even though it is supposed to be that he came right here after very little sidetracking. And I also do like how she immediately figures out what happened. Immediately puts it together, and she's like, oh shit, how the fuck do I salvage this? Yeah, exactly. Lenny and Persena are not bad people, but they're not exactly, I was gonna say they're not the most emotionally intelligent, but they're not the most of any kind of intelligent. They don't really understand. They're not the conversation partners he really needed at that point. And yeah, and that is true that she would have had this plan prepped ahead of time just in case, but also she is kind of taking this whole scene, kind of flying by the seat of her pants, kind of taking things as they're going, trying to figure, again, trying to take control of the situation to rectify, not only to convince Rudy about what was going on, that there's nothing weird about what was happening before, but also to do so in a way that doesn't potentially damage their relationship. Because let's not forget, she does really care for Rudy and doesn't want him to think that she did anything to hurt him. Even though, on a purely pragmatic level, that would be the best way to explain what was going on. Yeah.
特にアリエル様の護衛中は声を出さないことになっているんだよ。
それにしてはアリエル王女の姿は見えませんでしたが。
近くのお店にいたんだよ。護衛は僕らだけじゃないからね。
そんな時に話しかけてしまい申し訳ありませんでした。
いいんだよ。僕の方こそ相手できなくてごめんね。
Yeah. I mean, Sylphie probably could have physically beaten him if she wanted to, but at the same time, Rudy was kind of just I mean, Rudy wasn't rushing to get there. I mean, he wasn't really taking very many side tracks, but he was, walking. So I imagine even without those boots, if she booked it, she would have gotten there first. But there's a difference between could and would it make sense, because she like I don't think either of them would have had any real reason to fucking get there as fast as humanly possible, or elvenly possible in Sylphie's case.
少しばかり察しがついてしまった。おそらくだが、何らかの方法で。
And again, that's when the reveal kind of happens to the viewers, where Rudy immediately puts it together, which is also another thing that old him would not necessarily have been able to do, because he just wouldn't have understood that the reactions were so different that, like, they're actually different people. So another way he's starting to understand people a little bit more than he used to. And it is also, I'm actually very curious if any of you are anime onlys, and like could tell me, like, what was your thought process when this reveal happened? Because I can't separate myself from having gone in knowing the context, because I don't really remember how I felt when I read this scene in the books, and when I saw this scene watching it on my own, and when I'm rewatching it now, I knew what was coming. I knew what the hidden information was, so I don't get this moment of realization from this line of Rudy kind of figuring out that was Ariel, not Sylphie. So I'm just like wondering if, like, what is the effect on somebody who would have this as an actual reveal? So, because, like, I can't put myself in those shoes. I've tried, but I just can't do it. So I'm curious if anybody would be interested in speaking up. That'd be cool.
アリエル王女がフィッツ先輩に化けていたのだ。さっき避けられたのは不用意に接触するとそれがバレるから。決してフィッツ先輩に嫌われたからではないはずだ。そうだ、そうに違いない。俺嫌われるようなこと何もしてないもんな。
And again, this is all his nervousness talking, where he realized it, but he's still kind of over-explaining it to himself. He's like, holy shit, things are okay. I haven't been rejected. Like he was almost kind of internally panicking that, like, somebody he cared about was pushing him away. And he's like, no, that's actually not what was happening. And just the intense relief he feels at this is pretty cool.
そういうことにしよう。そうなんですか。フィッツ先輩に嫌われたかと思ってヒヤヒヤしましたよ。
僕が君を嫌いになるわけないじゃないか。
And again, Sylphie acts cute, and then he immediately has a bit of a heart boner for her. But yeah. Okay, so yeah, that's about what I imagined the reaction would be, but, like, I couldn't put it in. I couldn't really visualize it perfectly for myself, just because, again, I already knew the hidden information going in. Yeah. I mean, and the reason that it was so interesting to me is that I actually really love those moments in stories where they set up a whole bunch of stuff, and then with, like, a very short amount of time, everything kind of immediately falls into place, and, like, a dozen questions that you had get answered. That's such a unique feeling, and it only works in some types of stories, but when it does, it's like, oh shit, and you see connections that you never saw before. Once again, if anybody wants a recommendation, look at the visual novel True Remembrance. It's free, and I actually spoke to the translator. The translation is really fucking good, because the translator actually worked directly with the original author with the goal of translating her style into English. So True Remembrance is a free visual novel, highly recommended. It does that kind of thing that I'm talking about. It really fucking good. So, but that is something I really like seeing. I really love that moment, and I imagine that must have been that moment for some people watching the anime.
彼の何気ない仕草が気になる。耳の裏をポリポリと書く動作とか、 一仕事終えた時のぐっと背伸びする動作とか。
Yeah, and it's funny. Yeah, and it is, and you're right, Thomas, the fact that Sylphie just does not pass at all as a dude. But like when they were kids, Sylphie is just making Rudy question his sexuality, which is very funny. The fact that, like, it's like, you know, if I had a nickel for every time Rudy questioned his sexuality because of Sylphie, I'd have 2 nickels. It's not a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice.
ふと目の前を通った時に香ってくる匂いとか。そう、あの笑顔だ。あのはにかんだ笑顔がどうにも頭に残る。
But it's also kind of funny because you kind of, thinking about it, I think if Sylphie was actually a dude, I think Rudy would have been like, you know what, fuck it, I'm in. Yeah, he's like, I think he would have like full on just kind of embraced it. Like he's like, you know what, I can deal with this. I mean, Rudy seems like the kind of guy who could be into femboys under the right circumstances. Like you think he's like, you know what? If 95% of them looks like a woman, it's only 5% gay. Yeah, that is also true. The fact that he is very lonely, but I mean, he is also developing very real feelings. Like, this is a person he's developing a very real connection with. Like it's not, again, it's not just that he's reunited with an old friend. He doesn't realize that it's an old friend, but he's starting to actually really like Sylphie for Sylphie, even though he doesn't realize that it's Sylphie. So, like, he's actually, like, and that's the thing he's missing right now, where he's keeping people at arm's length because of, again, the last time he really opened up to somebody, he got hurt. Like, and I would say he got hurt worse than he's ever been hurt before. Like, I definitely think Eris leaving him probably hurt worse than anything that happened in his old life. And then when he started to open up a little bit, like, he wasn't in love with Sarah, but it was one of those things where they were developing a connection, and I think it could have gotten there eventually. But he opened up a little to her, and again, he kind of got what he felt like was rejected. And now he's just so hesitant to really open up to anybody in any capacity, because when you do that, you open yourself up to potentially getting hurt. And he's been hurt multiple times, so he's scared. Yeah, exactly. And when they were kids, also, Rudy was a lot more, I mean, I don't want to say he was more damaged, because he was just damaged in different ways, where at the time, like he didn't have, like, real emotion, like, romantic feelings for Sylphie at that point, but, I mean, again, he was still, like, fully Guna-brained, so he kind of interpreted them sexually a little bit, but he, I mean, when Rudy was younger, remember, Sylphie was like the first friend he had, the first person who liked him for him, and not out of any kind of familial obligation for, like remember, he had the, his parents loved him because they were his parents. Lilia, at that point, pretty much just tolerated him. But Sylphie was somebody who liked him for how he treated her. He didn't really understand that at the time, but he was drawn to her because he's like, I like this person. This person is good to me. Like, it's human connection, and that was what he was really craving. And while he didn't have any, like, real, genuine romantic feelings for her at the time, he still kind of did develop a connection with her. And once they're reunited after growing up, because let's not forget, they separated when they were 7, and now Rudy is 16, so this was 9 years later. Both of them are not completely different people, but both of them have done a lot of growing up and had their own things they had to go through, both positive and negative. So in a sense, they are kind of a first meeting again, but not entirely. So like whatever thing they had between them that could develop a real connection, that was there when they were younger, and it's still there now. So even though they are different people now, like it makes sense they're kind of reforging the original bond they always had. And it just goes to show that Rudy cares for Sylphie not for her role in his life, but genuinely for the person that she is. And you're also right, Amir. He had to learn about keeping his hands to himself. That was the big lesson he needed to learn first from Eris. And that's kind of set the stage for how he kind of controlled himself throughout the rest of the Demon Continent. Why he was one of the reasons why he was so hesitant to sleep with Eris at the end of season 1, because he's like, no, it hasn't been 5 years yet. And she kind of browbeats him into it, forces his walls down, and basically like forces him to open up to her. And that's when he gets hurt, and that just really fucks him up. But yeah.
この症状が何なのか知っている。恋ってやつだ。
Yeah, I agree with that. They do a pretty good job of making the major characters visually distinct in ways that don't feel out of place.
俺は男に恋しているのだ。いや、本当に彼は男なのだろうか。
ジーナス先生。
But yeah, again, I think if Sylphie was actually just a really feminine man, I have a feeling he would go for it.
これはルーデウスさん、本日はどうしましたか？
はい、実はフィッツ先輩のことを聞きたくて。
申し訳ありませんが、彼らのことに関しては上から圧力がかかってまして。
そうなんですか。せめて性別だけでも教えてもらえませんか？
Well, I also think there's an interesting question about Rudy's sexuality that never really gets explored because there's really no reason for it to get explored. Where, if we remember, he was, I mean, open-minded is a good way of putting it, but like, when he was in his old self where basically the only happiness he got was sexual pleasure, he develops like a lot of paraphilias where his standards for what he'll jerk off to become like less and less strict over time, where he kind of just he'll go for anything basically by the end. And there's a question of how much of that sticks with him, because he does lose a lot of his paraphilias as he actually emotionally matures, like especially the fact that he started out as a lolicon because, you know, that's just something he was into. And then as he actually started developing connections with people, that kind of slowly started to go away, where when he was at the Enslaved Beast Children, the anime didn't really go into it, but the books, he was like only partially aroused by them, where they were clinging to him, they were vulnerable and scared. And he was like, this would normally arouse me, but I just kind of feel uncomfortable now. And because he was at the point where he was not broken his conditioning, but he was starting to lose that inherent paraphilia. So he was, again, he was kind of losing that sexual attraction. So you wonder how much of that sticks around when he really does kind of come to grips with his attractions, because things like inappropriate desires, yeah, he loses those because his morality eventually kind of asserts itself over that and forces that out. But how would things like that be affected? Because I think it's not a huge stretch to imagine that past Rudy, yeah, probably could have beat it to a femboy or two. Like, that definitely seems within the realm of possibility. But that's not an inherently harmful attraction, so he wouldn't have had any reason to kind of re-suppress that once he matures. So, like, would that kind of openness that he had from before carry over? Or would he kind of revert to whatever he would naturally be into? It's difficult to say. I mean, based on how he's interacting with Sylphie, and I think he also is attracted to her feminine side, where, like even if Sylphie was a dude, she's a very feminine dude. So, again, it's one of those things where I know I joked about it, but it's almost like, you know what? If it's only 5% gay, I can be okay with that. Yeah, that is also true. I mean, again, also he was completely like his brain was completely broken when they first met. So he like, and you know, he was a little creepy describing her. He's like, oh, this is a really pretty kid. But yeah, I mean, his brain and sexuality was all kinds of fucked at that moment. So it's hard to say how that sticks around. But you know, he is developing a very real attraction to Sylphie, even thinking that she's a guy. So, yeah, we'll see. Yeah, and I mean, and that's another kind of thing I was talking about earlier, where sometimes his out-of-pocket lines hide deeper character work. Where if you actually read the point from the first book, where he first meets Sylphie, and after he deals with the bullies and is cleaning her off, he makes several very creepy comments about how it's like, oh, if you were a girl who was into if you were a girl who was into shotas, he'd have your panties drenched. And then it's like, if you're a guy into shotas, you'd feel a real tightening at this point. Like, he was saying stuff like that, and again, that's just a case of he was feeling protective over her and interpreting that sexually, but also he still had all his fucking paraphilias going full stop. But again, once he matures, gets a hold of his sexuality, and like at this point he's no longer attracted to kids, but things like, you know, femboys aren't inherently immoral, so there's no reason to kind of suppress that desire. Would that desire still exist? Or because it, you know, it could have been a product of his sexual degeneracy, but again, there's also no reason for it to necessarily go away once it's there. So the question is, would he have kind of gone for it? I think he probably would have. So it's an interesting conversation. The way the story goes, it never gets really explored because it's just never a significant part of the conversation. It just never really comes up. Because again, Sylphie is in fact a girl, not a guy.
性別ですか。彼は男性です。
Yeah, and that's also this is also an amusing little line, because I mean, you could view it as a couple different ways, where the line that Genius might have been fed was like that, like, yeah, this is Fitz, he's a dude. That might be the official story. He might have been also just told to say, yeah, this is the story. I don't care what you think. This is the fucking story, and this is what you're going to tell people. So it could be, it's an interesting, it ultimately leads to the same conclusion, but you could read that a couple different ways.
結局わからなかった。ジーナス教頭には圧力がかかっているみたいだし。
And of course, we gotta remember that Sylphie is connected to a princess of Asura, who, despite not being the most politically connected of the royal family, still a princess, still very connected. The story is whatever she wants it to be, basically. So Rudy's not going to be able to pry it out of that guy.
仮に女だったとしてどうするのだ。告白でもするのだろうか。
せめて自家発電はしたい。
and
何をしたいって？
and that's also just really funny. Like, Rudy just like casually imagining, like, wishing he could jack off, presumably to Fitz. Very funny moment. Like, this is one of those moments I do think is mostly for. I mean, the line itself of him talking about jerking off is his is doing character work, but Sylphie almost overhearing it is. I think that's mostly just for comedy. Although it does serve to set up this moment where, you know, he kind of freaks out, and then that leads to everything else that happens in the scene. Yeah, exactly. That would have been very funny. That I am less annoyed at them not including that line than some others, but yeah, it would have been very funny to include that. It just fits perfectly with Sylphie's innocence, and that would have made the scene even more awkward, which is exactly kind of what it was going for.
ごめん。ヒッツ先輩、やっぱり女だったんですね。
Yeah, well, I mean, I think they were both kind of having they're overwhelmed with emotion at this moment, and I mean that would have been an interesting thing to see. I would have been a lot of what this arc was doing would have to kind of be recontextualized. They'd have to kind of twist it around a little bit to make it fit. But that would be kind of funny, and it would be an interesting way of doing things, and it would have been an interesting way of showing that Rudy really did care for Sylphie, regardless of whether she's Sylphie or not. But I mean, at this point, Sylphie is, she's still she's come to grips with the fact that she's really interested in Rudy. She hasn't quite said it out loud yet. That's a big moment that comes later, but like her feelings are starting to kind of affect her. And now at this point, she kind of gets really close to Rudy by complete accident, gets in a bit of a compromising situation. And on top of that, her cover is kind of getting blown by Rudy. So she's just really just freaked out. So like this is why she kind of completely loses her composure here. Just all of her emotions are coming together at once, which is why she just kind of screams, "I'm a boy," and runs off. Which
ヒッツ先輩が女だった重要なことだしかしそんなことより
he gets a heart boner.
そうか。
なるほど魔法大学で転移事件について調べれば
But like it's one of those things you tend to joke about, where it's like, there's the boner of the body, but there's also the boner of the heart. But like it's even more true for Rudy's case.
人神様
でもフィッツ先輩は隠しておきたいのか。
そうだ彼にはいや彼女には何度も助けられた彼女が望むなら今まで通り
I think he did, but I don't really remember, to be honest. That seems in keeping with his character. Like I can imagine, that would be the first boner he had, since the moment with Eris. So he's just kind of, I can imagine he kind of want to keep the momentum going.
できる限り男として扱おう ED 回復の鍵を握るのは間違いなくフィッツ先輩だけど今はこれ以上関係を深めることはできない
あれ
どうやらまだ完治には程遠い
Okay, so I gotta point this out. You know what this frame makes me think of? Give me 1 second. Images. I gotta just find it. There's a specific. Okay. Come on, excuse me. This is being very slow. I really should have updated my computer beforehand, because that's actually making things very slow, but if you know, you know. Just saying. Okay, let me just pull my stuff back up. That was probably kind of awful from me, but it was completely worth it. Okay. Sorry, I just have multiple things I gotta pull back up, because Yeah, that was the scene from Evangelion. Just, I mean, it's just the way that Rudy is holding his hand right now after, and the fact that it's sexual in nature. I mean, I didn't even get to up to that point in Evangelion. I only watched part of the show. Real life stuff happened and kind of distracted me from it, so I need to go back and watch it. But I still know about that scene.
らしい。まあいい。兆しは見えたんだ。焦らずに行こうじゃないか。
Yeah, but again, that's the end of that. But he sees that and he finally has a sliver of hope that he's like, hey, I can recover from my damage. Yeah, and it's true. That scene is infamous. I was saying, like, I know not just that the scene exists, but I know some of what the meaning behind it is and why it is the way it is. It's one of the things I do need to eventually get back to and actually finish Evangelion, because I know it's like a very important story as far as anime goes. It's just important, not just for being a good story, but for, the entire history and how anime developed up to this point. But yeah, and I agree. I'm not saying there's any actual like thematic similarities between this scene and that scene. There's like superficial similarities. It's really just the way he was holding his hand that made me think of that. It was purely like a visual connection I made, because I thought that was funny, so that's why I showed it. But yeah, at some point I need to go back and actually watch it for real. I watched a chunk of it, but then real life stuff happened to distract me from it, and I never got back on it. Yeah, that's also true. Where novel Rudy was not as pure, but I think it can be understandable where Rudy's initial train of thought in that moment was that, like, he has a chance to actually cure the issue that's been plaguing him for years, and he's kind of desperate at this point. Like, he feels he's been, this is his first real lead in a very long time. So, like, it's kind of natural that his thoughts would immediately be like, how can I most effectively get this fixed? And realistically also, if he had actually gone that route, it wouldn't have worked, because the thing that really cured him was not, actually finding somebody he's attracted to and having sex. It was opening up again in that vulnerable state and not being hurt and actually being embraced, both physically and metaphorically, where show that, being vulnerable is not always going to hurt him. That's what actually he really needed to cure himself. So if he had gone that route, that wouldn't have happened. Like, he wouldn't have developed that connection, and he wouldn't have fixed himself. But it's also understandable that might be where his mind goes, because he's just, again, so desperate at that point. But of course, he does also discard that idea, because he's like, no, I actually like this person. I don't want to hurt them. That would be really shitty for me. Yeah, exactly. It's just, again, he's overwhelmed with emotion, and he's seeing that first glimmer of hope. And his immediate thoughts are trying to jump on that hope before he ultimately, his more rational side takes over, and he's just like, no, I can't do that. That not only would that be wrong, this is somebody I genuinely care about. I'm not going to hurt them.
久しぶりに目覚めた相棒のことが気がかりであまり眠れなかった。俺の脳内はすでにフィッツ先輩のことでいっぱいだったが、相棒は知らん顔だ。しかしこれどうやって治療に入ればいいんだろうか。
But another interesting thing about this is that he does have that glimmer of hope, but now that just kind of reawokened his obsession with fixing everything, because up until this point, while his impotence was something he was actively working towards, he also had other things on his mind, other goals he was working towards. But now that he sees kind of not even the light at the end of the tunnel, but like a hint of light at the end of the tunnel, he just comes kind of obsessed with figuring out what he needs to do at this point.
ルーク先輩、珍しいですね、こんな時間に。
フィッツのことで話がある。
僕は何も知りません。
ほう、何を知らない？
探りを入れているのかね。
And I also still like this kind of interaction between Rudy and Luke, where Luke, I mean, at this point, Luke obviously knows that Rudy's kind of figured out Sylphie, at least part of Sylphie's secret. But he also incorrectly assumes, and Luke is kind of, you can kind of see some of the Grey Rat dumbassery in this, in these coming moments. Well, in this episode in general, he some of the Grey Rat dumbfuckery bubbles to the surface with Luke. But he assumes that Rudy has forgotten Sylphie because he didn't immediately recognize her as soon as he realized she was a woman. So there is, again, a bit of that standoffishness from before when he assumed that Sylphie had revealed herself to him and he just forgot about her entirely. So, again, I do like how their dynamic slowly shifts and mutates a little bit, where he like Luke definitely has that kind of older brother protectiveness for Sylphie.
改めて言っておきますが、ルーク先輩、僕はあなた方と敵対するつもりはありません。フィッツ先輩の正体も知らない。僕は何も知らないのです。
知らないふりをしてくれるの？
And just the way also Rudy says that, where he's being truthful, is like, I don't know Fitz's identity. Luke figures that it's either he forgot or he just doesn't really care, and that he's being coy, like he is talking about his other, I don't know his other secret either. Again, it's another bit of interesting layered conversation between the two of them.
なぜ？
僕はボレアスともノトスとも縁は切れていますし、何よりあなた方と敵対するのが怖いので。ではそういうことで。
フィッツ先輩の邪魔にならないようにと決めたけど。
And you also kind of wonder, you know, Rudy was trying to basically play the political game to kind of smooth that situation over. You also got to kind of wonder if he was just honest and said, Fitz is my friend and I don't want to cause trouble for this person that I care about. I feel like that would almost have gone over so much better. But yeah. Yeah, exactly. Luke, again, as I said, Luke has that kind of protective older brother feeling for Sylphie. And he just kind of comes to these assumptions. I mean, for starters, not realizing that Sylphie was too scared to actually reveal herself to him. That's why he kind of initially was standoffish. And then he keeps having these assumptions and kind of, again, like the big protective older brother, he keeps assuming that Rudy is just not doing right by her in some way. So his initial, his kind of, there's like a really common word that I'm not remembering right now, but his initial reaction, that's not the word I'm thinking of, but whatever, is to want to kind of be antagonistic because that's kind of how he immediately assumes things are. So, you know, it's adorable in its own way.
やはり少し辛い。
And then, yep, I skipped that.
それで話とは何でしょうか？
And this scene is also just so fucking adorable. I really like, it's really funny because Sylphie, when she loses the ability to kind of control her emotions, well, actually, interestingly, I've noticed that Sylphie is, while being in control in many ways, she is incapable of really hiding her emotions ever. Like, they just, again, she's like such an emotional character in general, and an emotionally intelligent character, and all that stuff. When she has emotions, they just completely overwhelm her. She cannot control herself. And in this scene, it's played up for comedy, but it's actually like really, really cute. And also, it's going to lead into something I noticed is I actually really like how the anime is handling Ariel. So I view anime Ariel as a little bit different from book Ariel, kind of like how I view anime Zenith as different from book Zenith, where in the books, the impression I always got of Ariel is that she is like 100% playing the game at almost every time, only occasionally in like very specific moments letting the mask slip with Sylphie specifically, because they have that connection. Sylphie's like the one person Ariel can confide in. But other than that, she is playing the game completely. She always has her mask on. In the anime, the way I see her, and after her initial degeneracy, of course, because her introduction, she was way different, but she does, once she kind of takes charge of things, that's when she kind of tightens up. But the way I see things in the anime is she is still like that for the most part. She's still conniving, very scheming, still constantly trying to play things to her advantage. But she does seem a lot more playful. Like she's willing to start doing and saying things that don't actually have a deeper purpose, except in this case, a lot of times she's just kind of messing with Sylphie a little bit. She likes to tease Sylphie, play around a little bit. That I get that from Ariel in the anime, which I didn't really get in the books. So I actually do like that characterization. It does humanize her a lot. I mean, I think book Ariel is a very cool character. Like there's so much to find interesting about her. And the fact that she is not only constantly having her mask up, but that her mask is so good as to be undetectable, that is such a cool dynamic to have, where you have an idea of what her motivations are, but you never really know. Even although that is possibly going to change the when Mushoku Tensei eventually gets towards the end of the main and that's a fair interpretation too. I think at the moment, I think I'll have to wait and see how it goes long term, but I do like those little bits of breaks in her demeanor where she, again, does like to have a little bit of a poke and play around a little bit. It makes for interesting moment-to-moment interactions. There are instances in the future that I'm curious about how that'll be done, because the one I'm thinking of specifically is the moment in the story where we learn about the hypotheticals of Rudy's life, where what would have happened had certain things come to pass. No, I'm thinking of the hallucinations. I'm not going to say any more because that could be spoilers, at least not any more details. But during that, we learn about what could have happened if essentially there was a series of what ifs where we learn what could have happened had Rudy had ended up with different love interests. Yeah, the what ifs. And I really loved the portrayal of Ariel there, where Rudy was, at that point in the hypothetical, he was in love with her, like completely, to the point where he was given a free pass to fuck anyone he wants, and he just kind of stopped doing that. And he's like, I'm just gonna stick with Ariel. And he says, he knows that he is madly in love with her. He has no fucking idea if she's in love with him, because she's doing all the right things, but he knows that if it's a farce, he could never. Well, I didn't think it was a case of his feelings were necessarily one-sided. It was that he could never know if they were reciprocated or not, because her mask was so perfect that if she was faking it, he could never tell. So he said, either she's faking it or she really loves me. I can never figure out which. Even talking to her, and she says these are genuine, I still have no idea if she's telling the truth or not. And he kind of comes to a place where, like, I'm just going to accept it either way, and this is good enough for me. I thought that was such a cool character moment. Can't really doing that. Oh, it's sorry, that's going to be yeah. Sorry about that. That is another bot in the same network. Excuse me for 1 second while I deal with that. So at least it did catch the I did block the name of the Discord that they're advertising, because that's obviously going to be a fucking scam. But at some point I'm going to have to really kind of dig into my settings to see if I can actually like find a way to not just block part of the messages, because Kick's auto moderation seems to be a little bit yeah, let me just do that. Excuse me for just a second. I found some auto mod settings, quickly tweaking them to try to let's see. Okay, I was trying to I'm gonna have to do a lot more digging in specifically, because what I really want to do is be able to, when I see specific phrases, just auto ban them instead of just blocking the text, because text blocking seems a little inconsistent. You know, who knows? At some point, I'm probably gonna be redoing some of the visuals for the stream. Maybe at that point, I'll just stop stream. I'll just do a YouTube only, because I mean, I stream on Twitch and Kick as well, just because why not? But like, the viewership on those platforms is not exactly gonna be worth it. Oh, look at that! Looks like my filters caught a bot on Twitch as well. Yeah, so yeah, most of my interaction on both those platforms tends to be bots. So I've been streaming there because why not? You know, it's easy to just press another button. But you know, I'm questioning if it's more trouble than it's worth. Okay, and actually with that, I actually do need to use the restroom again. Sorry about that. I will be right back. All right, I am back. Just quickly checking to make sure everything transitioned properly, and it looks like it did. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, okay. Even if the auto mod doesn't work the way I want it to, I'm at least happy that I'm not giving these spam bots free advertising, because that would suck. And let me just bring back my chat. Okay, let's continue.
先日買い物に出ている時にルーデウスが来ました。フィッツの行動を怪しんでいました。
Oh, and I completely forget. I think that the hotkey I use for switching scenes is also a hotkey for switching the playback speed.
フィッツが図書館でルーデウス
I'd
に
have to see if I can rebind that.
自分が男だと大声で宣言した。
Yeah, basically, so when I switch between scenes in OBS to go from like the this scene to like where you see my layout and my character and all that, when I switch to the BRB screen, I have hotkeys for that. I think the hotkey for switching back to the main screen that you're seeing now is the same as the hotkey in VLC for speeding up the playback. So I just keep forgetting about that. I'll have to dig into the VLC settings to see if I can just disable that hotkey, because I mean, it's not a huge issue, but like it's not an
とい
issue.
う噂も耳に入ってきました。さすがに確信したでしょうね。体まで触られたのなら。でもルーデンスはフィッツの秘密を喧伝するつもりはないようですね。きっとあなたに対して義理を通そうとしているのでしょう。
Yeah, and that's something I do like about Ariel as well, where both versions of her, I mean, as much as she is a very conniving and manipulative character at her core, because, you know, she realizes she has to play the political game to the best of her abilities, she is very, very astute. She understands people, like, incredibly well. Like, she just has a sense of how people work. And that's what she uses to manipulate people, where like she immediately kind of catches on to what Rudy's thought process is. She realizes, hey, he says he's not going to reveal your secret. I think he's telling the truth, and he's doing it because he likes you and he doesn't want to, he wants to do right by his friend. Immediately kind of picks up on all of that, even despite not having seen any of this herself. Yeah, exactly. And I do think it's not a coincidence that Ariel, the person with the perfect mask, who can, she can basically see through anyone and put up any front she wants, happens to be paired with Sylphie, who is, to say she wears her heart on her sleeve is an understatement. Because, as we'll see here, she is incapable of not showing her emotions.
なかなかいい心構えです。それで、あなたはどうするのですか？ルーデウスを配下にする件については、ゆっくりでもいいと思っています。ですが、半年もの間何ら進展がないとなると。
And one thing I do also like about this scene, as much as it's funny to see Sylphie kind of just lose her fucking mind as she's kind of freaking out, in general, we also see these are the moments where Ariel's playful side starts to poke through, where it wasn't really like that in the books. While I do have some concerns about how it would be, how it'll be long term, the moment-to-moment interactions it opens up are very, very entertaining.
私としても一言ぐらいは言いたくなりますよ。私もいい加減あなたがうじうじと悩んでいるところを見るのは飽きてきました。ですからそろそろ勇気を出して彼に正体を明かしたらどうですか？シルフィー。
And I also really like a nice little subtle thing about Ariel is whenever she actually gets real, when her mask slips a little bit, where she's actually like trying to speak human to human, that's when she calls her Sylphie. When she's being professional, being mask on, she calls him Fitz. So that's a nice little note. So that's how you know that in this scene, you know, she's saying, oh, we want to get him on our side for political reasons. You can that's the kind of tell that she's really doing this for Sylphie's benefit, I mean, she's gonna take the political benefits as well. It's not that she's not gonna do that, but her primary motivation in this moment is actually to help Sylphie. And you can see it by the fact that she calls her Sylphie.
僕はあなた何かしたいことがあるのではないですか？私はあなたに何度も助けられました。初めて会った時から今までずっと。それは友達だから助けようって思っただけだよ。 あなたのことですから私に遠慮しているのでしょ
Yeah, and this is one of those moments where both in the books and in the anime, this is like one of the times where I'm like, I think this is completely genuine from Ariel. Like, there aren't, again, as I've mentioned, she's the kind of character who can say exactly the right thing and show exactly the right emotions so that it can be very hard to figure out what's real and what's not. I think that when she is doing things for Sylphie's benefit, that's kind of when she becomes genuine, because I think Sylphie is like the one person Ariel really has come to trust. And I think part of it is because Sylphie is so bad at hiding her emotions and that she's just a fundamentally genuine character to the point where Ariel is just like, this is one person who's not trying to hide anything from me. So, yeah, I do think Sylphie is the one weak point Ariel has.
でもあなたは
And of course, she does still try to maneuver things in her favor as she's doing that, but it's telling that it's not her primary goal.
私の配下ではなく友人なのですからしたいことができたのなら私の元から離れそちらを優先なさい
And even things like that, where she's saying, hey, if you found something more important, leave my service and pursue what you want. There's also kind of double motivations there, where as much as she is being altruistic and trying to help Sylphie pursue her happiness, and she does want her to be happy, there's also the question of, maybe this is a calculated, like a chess sacrifice where she loses a bodyguard, but uses that to essentially forge a tie with Rudy, who would be a very powerful ally. So she's kind of doing both at the same time.
でもそれは裏切りだよ勇気を出して言ってごらんなさい今あなたは何をしたいのか僕は
And this is another very, yeah, it's true, it is an investment, but I also do think she genuinely cares about Sylphie and wants her to be happy. So she's kind of walking the tightrope there, where these instances are like the one time she can kind of let her true emotions free, even if she kind of has to scheme in the process as well. But also, I think this is also right here is a very important moment, the fact that Sylphie is going to, for the first time out loud, actually admit that she is basically in love with Rudy, that she wants to be with him. Like, the fact that she's actually putting it into words, very significant moment.
僕は
Because part of what Sylphie is she's also afraid to accept her own feelings for Rudy, because her insecurity makes her feel like she's not worthy of him. So, or that she is beneath his notice, essentially, in that sense. So when she kind of puts it into words, she makes it real, and that's something that kind of terrifies her. But Ariel realizes that she needs that kick in the ass.
ルディと添い遂げたいよく言えましたでももしルディが僕のことを思い出してくれなかったらきっと立ち直れないと思うそれは今から考えましょうやはり正面からブエナ村
And also, as much as Ariel, again, she does her scheming, she is using the situation to her advantage. This is like the one time she can also kind of be a normal person, in a sense, where, she no longer has to really do the political machinations. She doesn't have to maneuver herself so much. Instead, she's able to help a friend with her boy troubles.
で一緒に育ったシルフィエットですというのがいいのではないでしょうか
And Ariel is also completely right about that. That would be the best way to go.
無理ですね。思い出せないのですから完全に忘れているでしょう。
And Luke here is gonna kind of throw a wrench in things because he's kind of a dumbass. he's a dumbass in the sense that the gray rats tend to be dumbasses, where it's not that he thinks with his dick, but that his dick definitely has an advisory role in the conversation. And he just has these assumptions that, the gray rats are notorious womanizers in general. They have these ideas of how relationships go. He kind of is set in his ways internally, where he this is how I think, so this is how everyone else thinks. And he speaks with such authority that Sylphie just believes him, even though he ends up being kind of a dumbass.
何か彼との思い出はありませんか？思い出前にいじめられてたって話はしたよね。髪の色でいじめられていたと聞きました。その時に助けてもらったのがルディとの出会いで、僕にとっては一番の思い出だよ。
And we also see Ariel's really starting to lean into her kind of big sister role, where she's she's literally giving Sylphie head pats, and then Sylphie, being Sylphie, is just kind of completely accepting them wholeheartedly. It's very cute. This scene is so good in just in pure entertainment value, even without all the great story stuff it does. Just a fun scene in general.
他に何か思い出はないのか？
Well, the thing is, she did tell them. I think, I'm pretty sure she did tell them. It's just that, let's not forget, the only time they knew her was after her hair had turned white, so they probably just don't have the immediate connection that, oh yeah, she used to have green hair, she must have looked totally different, because the Fitz they've always known for the past 5 years has always had white hair, and it's another distinctive hair color. So they probably just never really made the connection.
もう一つあるよ。最初ルディは僕のことを男の子だと思ってたんだけど、魔術の練習をしてたら雨が降ってきてね。ルディのお家でお風呂に入ることになって、その時無理やり脱がそうとして。
And this scene I fucking love, because there's no way to really tell this story and not make it sound really creepy. But at the same time, you kind of get where Sylphie's coming from, where to her it's just a funny childhood memory. Where it's yeah, he did this thing, it was not good, it was very upsetting at the time, but, now that I look back, it's kind of funny. Yeah, and the fact that they're just kind of, yeah, they're just, their facial expressions just... That's one of the things I do like about anime Ariel, because book Ariel would not get visibly shocked like this, but it is so much funnier that she does.
そのパンツを引きずり下ろされて、それで
and then going from shocked to kind of annoyed is very funny.
それは素敵な話ですね。わかりました。これから作戦を話します。
And then it's, of course, it's funny because they do basically get into some slice of life shoujo bullshit. Is their plan is to just set up a recreation of that scene, which it's so stupid. These characters who are very competent in every other way come up with this really stupid plan, but it just fucking works for their characters. It makes so much sense that these smart characters would do something so fucking stupid, and I love it.
その前に改めて一つ確認しておきます。はい。シルフィー、先日は添い遂げると言いましたが、ルーデウスと具体的にどうなりたいのですか？
and then
ルディと
and this next sequence is probably, of the 3 things I watched, of these 3 episodes that I watched in preparation for this stream, probably my favorite sequence of all. Yeah, Yep, you know what's coming,
具
Alan.
体的に
And I especially love how, you know, Sylphie's gonna fucking like have her fucking moment, her like mini. I don't even know what the correct term would be for what she goes on at this point, but the fact that they cut between her just kind of going off and then back to their reactions, just so, yeah, her hand gestures are great too. Everything about this scene is so funny.
ベッドは一緒で
Like the constant cutbacks to the
ルディは
reactions.
たまに下品になるから子供の数は何人がいいなんて聞いてくるかもしれないそしたら僕も下品になってレディ
Yeah, it's just everything about this is so funny.
何人産ませたいのなんて
Yeah, Ariel's face is just continually changing. Again, book Ariel would never be like this, but like this scene is so elevated by Ariel's reactions, and also Luke just he's having like better control over his reactions, but he's like he's really trying to hold back because he's clearly getting pretty uncomfortable. It's very funny, especially since it's like, you know, it's Sylphie talking about this. Sylphie, the innocent one, you know, getting a little horny, and he's not attracted to her too, so it just makes him more uncomfortable. It's
対
great.
してルディはくすりと笑ってたくさんかななんて言って僕の
And even the little animation decisions where they, instead of going the full animation, they just cut from pose to pose. Changes everything. Just the visuals of everything. But again, it just enhances the comedic elements of this, seeing Sylphie get all excited about her fantasies. It's so good.
服を脱がせてそしたら僕もくすって笑ってじゃあたくさんしてねなんて言っちゃって
Yeah. And then she ends up on the fucking table. It's so good. Yeah, again, Sylphie just being a character who just cannot hide her emotions. She gets excited and it just completely overtakes her. Like, absolutely perfect, no notes.
シルフィーこの作戦はあなたの努力次第ですはいへたれた失敗は許しませんもし土壇場で勇気がなくて言えなかったなんてことになったらアスラ王国第二王女の名において以後ルーデウス・グレイラットとの一切の接触を禁止します本気で
And I also do like this where Ariel kind of is aware enough of the situation. She knows that the big problem here is that Sylphie just will not just nut up because she's scared of being rejected. So that's why she continues hiding, using Fitz as a mask, which the sunglasses represent and all that. We'll get into that when it becomes a lot more obvious. But I do like how Ariel realizes, like, yeah, this is the problem. Is that Sylphie is using this to hide and not revealing herself to Rudy, and that's causing these problems. But I can't just reveal that, or it wouldn't solve anything. And even with the pushes I've been giving, Sylphie hasn't been willing to do it herself. So he has to actually give her an ultimatum, which, I'll be honest, I don't think she would actually follow through with that necessarily. But she has to at least convince Sylphie that she will. So at this point, Sylphie knows that, like, I either reveal myself or I lose him completely. And that's the one thing that's like enough to really kick her ass into gear.
行きなさいはいよろしいでは作戦内容を話します
Yeah, exactly. Make sure she has no alternative, because at this point, the only incentive is to not have an option, where the only other option is no option at all, essentially, where she finds the alternative completely unacceptable. So, like, Ariel realized that no other amount of pushing has been able to overcome that hurdle. So now it's kind of like, you know, overcome the hurdle or you're fucked. I will say, I know I don't. This is almost a little uncomfortable. Just the fact that none of the other students are animated even a little bit just makes that feel a little bit weird.
ルーデス君、
フィッツ先輩、どうしました？
ここじゃちょっと場所を変えよう。
わかりました。ではザナバ、話を進めておいてください。
はっ、後の細かい部分は世にお任せを。
で、何ですか？
実はね、折り入って頼みがあるんだ。
わかりました。赤龍に乗ったつもりで任せてください。
ちょっと待ってよ、まだ内容言ってないよ。
I also like this scene a lot because Sylvie's kind of trying to maneuver him and doing the kind of slice of life bullshit plan because it's very stupid, but that, you know, it just fits for this sequence of events. I just find it very funny how she's trying to set things up and Rudy just keeps unintentionally like messing with the plan. It's just amusing seeing her get even more flustered trying to reorient the conversation.
It
just shows how Sylphie can get flustered when emotions start to come into question, where she like starts grasping at like how do I make this go the way I want it to. It just makes her even more endearing, in my opinion.
実はね、アリエル様、この間知り合いの貴族に雇っている用心棒のことで自慢されて悔しかったんだって。
ほう、それで？
相手の貴族がうちの用心棒は4人パーティーで氷の森の
I also do find it interesting how this plan that they came up with, and the excuse that they were going to use to justify going on this journey is something that is just so out of character for Ariel. Ariel is in such control that the only reason she would do something like this is if she was already kind of in control of the situation and could use it to kind of bolster the reputation of her subordinates and actually like gain some political capital over it. Because Ariel wouldn't actually just get heated and brag like, you know, like a jealous, arrogant noble. Because Ariel is a lot more intelligent than that and a lot more controlled than that. So it is interesting that this is the choice they went with. Although we should also acknowledge that Rudy doesn't yet really know Ariel, so he doesn't really know that that's how she is. So it would be believable to him.
奥まで行ってそこにしか生えてない花を取ってきたって言ったんだけど。
氷の森の奥地に生える花というと、冬の間にしか咲かないフリーズフリンジドですね。
それでね、アリエル様も引っ込みがつかなくなって。
And it's also funny because we also realize Rudy has all this knowledge and experience from being an adventurer that like he's actually able to kind of visualize the practical elements of what Sylphie is suggesting. And even though Sylphie's certainly not a slouch when it comes to things, yes, and the encyclopedia is also definitely going to come into question about it. Although I don't know if we ever knew exactly how broad that encyclopedia was. But I mean, we also got to remember he learned a lot about the area, about everything that goes on, just because of how much experience he has adventuring. Not just his journey from the Demon Continent, but the fact that he deliberately exposed himself to as many different types of adventures and parties as he could, specifically to increase his notoriety. And he definitely gained a very deep knowledge of the area here. And so that he as much as Sylphie and Ariel and Luke are perfectly capable combatants, they haven't done a lot of actual adventuring because they don't need money. They just need protection on the road. So they don't have this specialized adventuring knowledge that Rudy has. So Rudy is just unintentionally poking holes that they don't even know are there, because he actually knows what this journey would entail specifically. It's pretty neat. And I also do agree with you, Alan. There is an interesting idea. Like, the thing I thought was, the idea of using whatever advantages you have, and that, it's not a weakness to have allies, which that is like a very big thing that that Rudy has always needed to learn, where like that his greatest strength is often the people around him. That's like a big thing for him. But I also when I was watching this, I could imagine an alternative way Sylphie could have explained things to try to convince Rudy, although it doesn't really matter because she ends up convincing him anyway. But I'll let them talk a little bit, and then I'll kind of explain what I was thinking.
いつならもっと少ない人数で取ってこれるって言っちゃったんだ。
なるほど、そういうことですか。知り合いの冒険者に行って。
I'll explain it in a second once it becomes a little bit more relevant, because I don't remember exactly what Sylphie says, but I remember having an idea in my head that I think would have worked.
ルーデウス君、それは良くないよ。僕の力を見せなきゃいけない場面なんだよ。
力といってもいろいろあるでしょう。人と人とのつながりも力です。
それじゃダメだよ。バレたらアリエル様が恥をかいちゃうし。
そうですか。ではステップとリーダーの面々を集めて。
いやいやいや、ルーデウス君。
安心してください。そいつらは偶然にも僕らと。
And of course, it is funny that Sylphie's getting more and more flustered and having no idea how to logically counter Rudy's arguments.
そんな人たちいなくても、僕とルーデウス君がいれば余裕でしょ。
わかりました。その依頼、慎んで受けさせていただきます。
Yeah, so her like the winning argument for her was ultimately like, hey, we don't really need any help. This should be easy enough. Like, why would we do that? The argument I think would have been very effective for Rudy is if Sylphie pointed out, like, this is all about appearances and a showcase of my abilities and, by extension, yours, somebody I am close with. Like, this is meant to show that, like, hey, a party of 2 is more than enough for Fitz to be able to do this. It's not about getting it done. It's about showing how much we can get it done without advantages. I think that is an argument that would have convinced Rudy just right out. It's like, this isn't about the practicalities of getting it done. It's about showing people what's what. So it doesn't really matter because this works. So, but that was what was going through my head when I watched this.
ありがとう、ルーデウス君。一人で森に入るのは不安だったんだ。ごめんね。いよいよ全部任せちゃったみたいで。
いえいえ、護衛の依頼と考えれば。
And that's another interesting little note where, Rudy basically did all the prep work here because, again, he's the experienced adventurer. He knows what's going on. Well, there's also a question of, I mean, there's some truth to that, the fact that she's partying up with Quagmire. Although there's also the case of, sorry, I had what was in my head just kind of slipped out, but part of me does wonder, Rudy does have a lot of notoriety as Quagmire among adventurers and commoners. I don't know if that transfers to the nobility, because she's kind of implying that Ariel got into an argument with another aristocrat. The aristocrats aren't necessarily aware of things outside of their bubble, so you got to wonder if they actually know that who Quagmire is and what the significance of him is. So that might not actually be a factor. I don't know. Or they might just not, due to their separation from regular society, they might kind of still downplay it. They're like, I have powerful mages in my employ, and might kind of just compare Rudy. It's like, oh, he's a powerful mage who has gotten some notoriety. I have powerful mages who've gotten notoriety, and put them kind of on the same level. So they would view a party of Sylphie and Rudy as the same as 2 of their own mages going out. And so it would have the same effect. Again, it's not that big of a deal. It's just something I was thinking of.
当然のことでしょう。依頼料とかそういうの払った方がいいのかな。まさかこれは僕が善意でやっていることですので気にしないでください。別に僕だってルーデウス君に依頼料を払う。
And I do love this moment coming up as well because it's another thing that just shows that Sylphie and Rudy are alike in so many ways. Like what Sylphie's about to say to herself really brings up, like, this is the kind of thing that Book Rudy would say in his narration.
ことぐらいできるんだからね。僕は高いですよ。高いってそりゃそうかもしれないけど。ルディをお金で買う。
Yeah. And yeah, it's very funny. Sylphie gets horny again. Like, it's always funny when innocent characters get a little bit horny. But also, that line, that way of thinking, that is, if you've read the books, that is such a Rudy thought process right there. The anime doesn't have that happen quite as much, but like, that is how Rudy thinks. Yeah, exactly. Sylphie has been like, you know, she's been a little bit of a goonette ever since she started getting closer and closer to Rudy. Like she's having her sexual awakening here.
とにかく先を急ごう。花は崖に咲いています。そこまで雪を溶かしながら直線で移動しますので、周囲を警戒しつつついてきてください。
Yeah, I gotta say, that seems really handy. There've definitely been times when I've had to shovel snow, and really wished I could do something like that.
その杖、この間持たせてもらったけどすごいよね。全部オーダーメイドで色付きの魔石までついてるなんて王宮でしか見たことないよ。10歳の誕生日に家庭教師をしていたお嬢様が送ってくれたんですよ。その杖、ちょっと持ってみてもいいかな。
I will say, this is like the one part of the plan that makes like the most sense logically, where it like completely makes sense that a fellow mage would be really curious about the staff, about this expensive and powerful staff. Like it is the perfect excuse to take it from Rudy.
僕、初心者用の杖しか持ってないから、そういうのに憧れてたんだ。どうぞ、握ってみてください。どうですか、太さの方は。太いね。両手。
Excuse me 1 second. I am not going to there we go. There we go. Sorry about that. They didn't use one of the blocked terms, so unfortunately that slipped through.
で持つことを想定してたのかな。僕が成長した後のことを想定していたのでしょう。
And it's and this is an interesting moment as well, because this discussion of his staff, like, it's starting to make him conjure back up memories of Eris, which is because, like, the memories themselves are mostly happy, but he's still, like, you know, she really hurt him, so I imagine he just is feeling very melancholy at that. Like, it's very subtle, but it's nice.
とりあえず作戦続行だ。次はと。赤の塔。
And another thing I've noticed is that I mean, they kind of play it off as Ariel just kind of, she keeps her distance a little bit when it comes to trying to help Sylphie, where she's kind of downplaying her own role in things, but you got to consider that this magical implement here that she gave Sylphie, which appears to conjure either an advanced or saint tier water spell. It might be cumulomnibus even. That type of artifact would be really fucking expensive. So, like, Ariel is, like, not really pulling too many punches with trying to help Sylphie. Like, she's actually committing real resources to it.
大丈夫かな
Oh, yeah. Oh, communication ring? Okay. What? I didn't remember that if it was in the books, because that makes a lot more sense, actually, if that's the case. But, like, it's like the way magic implements work, which they never really explained in the anime, they only kind of explained it in the books at this point, is that, okay, so it's singling a group of mages. Okay, even so, that's hiring or using several mages to create that kind of magic for this purpose still is a decent allocation of resources.
うまくいってる
Okay, that does make a little more sense, but I think it still reinforces my core point.
フィッツ先輩、雨が降りそうです。
そうだねこの先に
いえ、すぐに散らしますので。
やばい
Yeah, and that's another funny thing where they didn't even think of the contingencies. Like, oh right, Rudy is a really fucking strong silent casting water saint. That could be a problem. But again, it's like a slice of life comedy story, like this overly convoluted, stupid plan where so many things could go wrong, and in this case, so many things almost do go wrong, and even almost like blind luck fixes it at sometimes.
ルディに教わったように水分を雲にそれを冷やして落とす
申し訳ありません、フィッツ先輩。
Okay, yeah. I had completely forgotten that, to be honest.
今日はちょっと調子が悪いようです。
いいんだよ僕が杖を返してなかったせいだね多分ルディに本気を出させないために杖を借りたけど逆に僕の役に立ってよかった
But it is also a kind of interesting note that, Sylphie herself is actually pretty strong as well. Even though her attack magic is not on Rudy's level, it's still pretty strong that with the help of the staff, she's actually able to kind of block his efforts, which is, no small feat.
まあ、降ってきたものはしょうがありません。確かこの先に洞窟があったはずです。そこで雨宿りしましょう。
そうだね
Yeah, and that's true as well. It is funny to see Rudy unintentionally kind of fuck up the plan on multiple occasions.
あそこですね。
俺を雇ったフィッツ先輩の様子はおかしかった。異変もあった。
Yeah, and I do like also how he realizes something's off just because of how bad Sylphie is at hiding her emotions. But of course, kind of in the same vein as Sylphie, Rudy just comes up with a completely different explanation for it because, he can't imagine, no, she's not actually interested in me. That can't be the answer. It's something else. So he comes up with another logical but incorrect conclusion.
雨が降るにしても雲の動きが速すぎた気がする。誰かが魔術を使っていた可能性がある。フ フィッツ先輩はこれに気づいているのだろうか。顔には緊張がうかがえる。
But actually, it also does actually make a lot of sense that if Sylphie's story were correct, yeah, it actually makes sense that some people from the opposing faction might try to sabotage the mission.
となれば気づいているな。これぐらいの妨害は想定内ということだろうか。さて、ひとまずこれで OK だな。パンツはどうしようか。さすがにフィッツ先輩の前で脱ぎ去るわけにもいくまいが。
And I do like this scene as well because of, you know, Sylphie is trying to essentially reenact the old bath scene, but at the same time, Rudy is actually still very has a strong emotional reaction to that moment because he's actively but he's like analyzing the situation and saying, I remember the last time I was in a similar situation, I did this and that was bad, so I'm going to behave in this way. So that's why he's almost kind of hyper aware of Sylphie's discomfort and actively trying to do things to avoid the same situation that she's actively trying to invoke. Again, he's a part of what this scene is all about, and they don't go into as much explicit detail as the I think the books went into more detail if I'm remembering, but you know, Rudy, despite all these years passing, he still feels bad about what he did in the bath scene. Like, he still is like, I did something really bad, I hurt Sylphie, I was wrong, and he, you know, he does learn from that, but he holds on to it. He feels like this is a major personal failure of his, and that, you know, it's something he always beats himself up, and this is another way he just doesn't let this stuff go. So his initial reaction is, hey, I can try it. No, I don't want to get hands-on with this. That's how I caused problems last time. I'm going to find an alternative.
フィッツ先輩、
何かな。
昔知り合いの少女からエルフは別の種族に肌を見られることを聞い
And this is definitely a sweet line because that's, you know, that's a Sylphie-ism. That is something that Sylphie's going to feel, you know, a bit of a connection there. But also consider the fact that the only other elf Rudy knows is Elinalise, who is not exactly afraid of showing bare skin.
気とするという話を聞き及んでいます。僕は後ろを向いて目をつむりますので、その間に魔術を使って服を乾かしてください。
And I also really like the choice of not having any music here. Like, it really adds to the tension of the scene. The fact that they're speaking in hushed tones, like the atmosphere is pretty much spot on here, where it's like a little bit uncomfortable, but like not in a like, yeah, it's uncomfortable, but not in a like bad way, if that makes sense. And yeah, and now Rudy's starting to kind of lose his mind a little bit because he's like, I don't want to reenact that old scene. That was bad. But he also like is stuck between a rock and a hard place. It's like, I don't want to do anything that I view as unacceptable, but also like, how do I navigate this without, you know, letting Fitz fucking die? Even though they are kind of operating under the myth that being cold and wet makes you sick, which is just, I've noticed in a lot of Japanese media that seems to be a pervasive myth. Well, you know, being cold can weaken your immune system temporarily, being cold in and of itself is not going to make you sick. But I know that's a very common trope in Japanese media, even though the myth is less popular here in the West. So that does somewhat annoy me, just because that's just not how medicine and science work. But you know, it is what it is. I can forgive it.
待ってよ。
風邪ひきますよ。
そうだね。
And also, like, because you can kind of tell that he somewhat knows where this is going, but he is completely unable to accept that, like, for real. Like, he doesn't. I think part of him logically knows that, like, you know, this is not the actions of somebody who is not interested in him, but also, like, you know, he just part of it is he's still scared about opening up, but also it's just the situation is overwhelming to him.
服脱がないと危ないですよ。体温が下がると人は死ぬんですから。
死んじゃうね。
And little lines like that, I feel like Sylvie's starting to get a little more confident now. She's being a bit of a little shit here. She's been melodramatic, playing it up for Rudy. It's like, yeah, I'll just die.
このままだと自分じゃ脱げないんだ。
Yeah, she's kind of committed to it now. So
脱がせてよ。
even though it would normally be kind of out of character for her to be this bold, she's like, you can tell she kind of had her internal like, fuck it, it's time.
自分で脱げないなら僕が脱がせるしかありませんね。
Yeah, and just that little clench right there, showing how conflicted he is, how much he like, again, he's still thinking about that bath scene and how he like fucked up at that point. He's like, ugh, like he has this visceral aversion to what he's about to do. I really like that.
実はですね、僕はフィッツ先輩が女だと知ってるんですよ。
でも脱がせてくれないと僕死んじゃうかもしれないね。
Again, lines like that, she's being a bit of a little shit here. Like, and I think she knows it. Yeah, I know I'm not having too much to say about a lot of these moments, but like the scene is being taken very slow, and that's very deliberate. And I think it adds a whole lot to what they're trying to do here. I think moment to moment there's not much to say, but I think as an entire package it's doing really well. And now Rudy's starting to have these little moments of recognition, because I mean the blushing ears are very distinctive. We know that a lot of Sylvie's emotion is transmitted through her ears, and it's very adorable. Yeah, this is a very good scene all around.
赤く染まる耳、どこかで見たことはなかったか。昔こんなことがあった。5歳か6歳の頃だったか。
And now Rudy's starting to make the connection, and then a lot of the parallels to that scene are going to start to become a lot more clear. Like coming up, there's a really cool moment. I was like, at this point, I was like, are they going to do it? This is the exact same shot they had in the bath scene. If I don't have it ready to pull up, but like if you remember the bath scene from season 1, episode 3, I want to say, when Rudy pulls down Sylvie's underwear at that moment, it's exactly this shot where you see his face through her thighs. And having that be a direct callback to that exact shot, I really like that. That's like great. It's great. I don't even know what else to say. I really like how much they're drawing these parallels. Yeah, exactly. But then, of course, there's the difference being that while it's still the same shot, the same action, sort of, he's going slow, deliberate. She's accepting of it. She's encouraging it. So it's like it's the same scene, but completely different. Different tone, different tempo, different everything. And again, and then we're going to get to the sunglasses. And as I said, the sunglasses are like the physical representation of her mask, of her being Fitz and not Sylphie. So when she finally allows Rudy to take her sunglasses off, that's when she really opens up and is like, yes, I'm Sylphie. This is who I am. That's when she really just fully bears her soul to him. And it's very blatant symbolism. Like it's not subtle in the slightest, but I think it's very effective here. And it all comes, and it kind of comes full circle because with the sunglasses, everything with the removal of the sunglasses, that kind of ties up that whole big thread they were doing with that. Yeah, exactly. And that kind of, there was a scene a couple episodes ago where, you know, they were hanging out. Sylphie was lying on the bed, and they kind of teased that they were going to remove her sunglasses. She almost let him do it, and they said, nope, just kidding. She pulled back, and in this moment, she knows that she can't pull back. And Rudy picks up on how this is different, how where the scene is going and how things are progressing, and realizes that, you know, this is something she's willing to share with him. And that's when he knows for sure. Like he was definitely thinking about it up to this point because he was drawing the connections between this and the bath scene. He sees her face and he's like, yeah, that's fucking her. Holy shit.
Nani? Rudy.
And it's a moment where both of them are actually like terrified, and they're opening up to one another. Like this is like both of them at, not necessarily, well, Rudy's not at his most vulnerable at the moment. He's going to get there later, but both of them are being very vulnerable with one another and seeing that the other is being vulnerable with them. And it's a really nice scene. Oh, excuse me for a second. Yet another bot. I do apologize for that. They have been a real menace as of late. Again, at least I'm blocking the server name so they can't advertise to you guys. Not that I think any of you would be dumb enough to actually utilize their scammy service, but you know, it is the best I can do. Stuff like that makes me want to kind of stop multi-streaming just because of how much of a pain in the ass it is. But, yeah. I'll figure out a more permanent solution at some point. And then... yeah. And then finally everything breaks, and... again, the burden she's been carrying, as much as Fitz was a protective measure for her, it was also weighing her down. And now that it's finally gone, it's, you know, everything physically bubbles up. Yeah, that's true. That would have been a nice connection to have here, but yeah, who knows if the anime viewers would have remembered that, just because of how, you know, it wasn't quite as emphasized in the anime as it was in the books. But you know, but I think ultimately this scene was done very well. I don't really have any complaints, even though, you know, they could have done it more like the books, but this was nice. Oh, it wasn't in the anime? Okay, that makes sense then. Makes sense that I didn't remember it.
昔からずっとレディが好きでした。今はもっと好きです。もう離れないでください。
Yeah.
ずっと一緒にいたいです。
And again, it's one of the things like where as soon as the dam breaks, all of the emotions come out all at once, and she, you know, once they slip out a little bit, she's like, "Fuck it, I'm showing everything to him." Very, very cute. Really like that. Well, in the books, yeah, the actual burn wasn't in the books. I mean, the result, the burn scar was. And honestly, I suspect that that's not the real reason her opposition school is fire. I mean, that was a way to introduce the concept of opposition schools in because that section of the book there was a lot of world building and a lot of exposition happening in a very short amount of time, and Rudy essentially had to have Rudy fit it into as much of the chapter intros as possible. I suspect that the burn scar was just Rudy's explanation for why her opposition school is fire, but in reality, I think that the reason her opposition school is fire is because it is just antithetical to what she is. If we remember, her affinity is healing, where she gets really, really good at healing, is able to silent cast healing, which Rudy is never able to do. Because, I mean, Sylphie is like the really wholesome, loving character who, I mean, just being warm, motherly, caring, healing, that just fits with her character. So, like that is just everything that Sylphie is all about, whereas fire just seems antithetical to that, where fire, it consumes, it is destructive, it hurts. That's to me, that's why I think fire is her opposition school, because it's just something she can't connect with. Oh, and I do apologize again. I need to use the bathroom again. Sorry about that. I'll be right back. All right, I am back. Yeah. Okay, yeah, and that was kind of my idea, especially early on in the story. Rudy did have this way of just kind of assuming things based on available evidence, and while he was usually correct in most cases, just because he was a smart guy, he also did make a number of mistakes during that, and a number of misconceptions, so... And I think that was probably one of them.
確かにシルフィーだ。なんで気づかなかったんだろう。きっと俺の知ってるシルフィーとフィッツ先輩とではイメージが違いすぎたんだ。昔の彼女は俺にべったりで泣き虫だった。
I mean, that's true also. The burn was a good character moment, of like a way of having that recognition. Although I think that was just a case of Rifujin being clever and introducing something well before it became relevant. It was almost like, you know, a Chekhov's gun that was blending into the background.
フィッツ先輩はしっかりしてて面倒見も良くて、でもどこか抜けてるところもあって。 時々はにかんで笑うところがすごく可愛くて気づくとその姿を目で追って。
And I like this monologue as well, where he's just really just overwhelmed and realized, oh yeah, this is why I care about this person so much. Well, I mean, at least the parts of that he finds attractive, but he was just like, this is really, he's finally been able. He realizes it's Sylphie. All the connections are starting to wire in his head, and he's just expressing his admiration and love for her. It's beautiful.
今の俺の気持ちを言わなきゃまたいなくなっちゃう
Yeah.
あんな後悔
And again, that theme right here, something they really lean into so much is regrets. Rudy's just like, I don't want to live with regrets. So he realizes, you know what? That's the thing that makes him willing to be vulnerable, is that he knows if he doesn't, he'll regret it. And the idea of regretting things scares him more than the idea of potentially getting hurt again.
もうしたくない
シルフィー俺も好きです
Again, great set of events leading up to this moment. Like, I know I've kind of been like repeating myself, but like, I don't know how else to really express that. It's just, my thoughts are not like coming to me in words. It's just pure emotion, and that can be very hard to articulate. And it's also worth noting that, like, Rudy's emotions are so strong at this point that he's kind of willing to instinctively kind of go down this sexual route, even though, he's got his issues with his little buddy. I mean, Ellen, you have a point there, but I mean, a lot of what I do on YouTube is kind of geared towards putting these ideas into words. And I mean, the core of when I do review content or analysis content, because remember, the streams are a new thing for me. I've mostly been doing scripted stuff for the entire time on YouTube. My general approach is to kind of identify what I feel in a piece of media, and then figure out why I feel that way. What elements go into that, and how does it all come together? That's kind of how I generally approach things. So I mean, I imagine if I really stopped and thought about it and put my thoughts onto paper and just kind of played around with it, I would be able to come up with words. But like in the moment, it's like, it's really hard to grab these thoughts with my mind and actually bring them to a form that I can actually control, if that makes any sense whatsoever.
シルフィー初めてだよね
ダメかな
ダメじゃないです
And again, I love how Rudy is just so scared of fucking things up. It's like it makes the scene more awkward because he's making it awkward. It's great. And yeah, just with that face, we know exactly what's going on. First of all, another great Rudy face. Like, there are no shortage of these, but like, it's almost like a mirror of what happened with Sarah, where, things were getting to this point and he couldn't continue. So he's, freaking out. And we remember that Sarah, because she felt like that was a rejection of her, she kind of lashed out at him, and that made him, that hurt him at the time. She didn't really mean to, but again, she was immature as well. She didn't really know how to process how she was feeling. So, Rudy's freaking out that the same series of events is happening today, and like, especially after he just confessed his love to Sylphie, he's like, oh no. Because if she were to leave him or reject him at this point, like, Ooh, that would really fuck him up. And as we'll see towards the end of the next episode, like, or this episode, sorry, not the next episode, this episode, like, there was a point where, like, Sylphie could have very easily just completely destroyed him.
Rudy.
If she really wanted to. Which she wouldn't, but
俺の
still.
テントは倒れていた。
Okay. Yeah. And that, I think, that shot right there of them holding hands right there, it's like that shot there is, I think, very important, where it shows how this time it's different. And what the fuck is my cat doing? Oh, she has found a paper bag. Okay. So I don't know if you guys can hear that in the background, but yeah, cat is being a cat. But in contrast to how it was with Sarah, where she immediately just lashes out and runs away, we see that Rudy's having his problems. He's feeling very self-conscious about it. He's feeling all sorts of emotions. But regardless, Sylphie's still there. She's still comforting him. It shows that, you know, this is different. This time it's different. He's not fixed, but it's a better scenario than he's been in up to this point. And then the one thing that I think would have helped in the Sarah situation is, like, you know, fucking communication. Like, Rudy is ashamed, but he's also in a point where he's still willing to be vulnerable and confide in Sylphie, because, like, this connection is, like, really real. So, and I do like how they're showcasing that.
ルディ。
シルフィーには恥をかかせてしまいました。申し訳ありません。
ルディやめてよ。恥なんかじゃないから元に戻ってよ。
僕も元に。
And as funny as this is, it's also funny that he completely misinterprets what she means by go back to normal. Where she's basically saying the exact same thing she said to him after the bath scene in season 1, where Rudy was just feeling like shit. He was tiptoeing around her, and she's like, Rudy, just be normal, please. And she's saying exactly the same thing here, and he still completely misinterprets it. It's funny. I mean, it's not a funny scene, but the connection is kind of funny. And I will say there's another interesting thing that gets a little bit lost in translation. So when she's talking about stop being so formal, and later she'll talk about fancy talk, the Japanese word she's using is keigo. The way Japanese works is they change the language depending on how polite you want to be. And it's one of those things that it just... Imagine, you know how you would speak differently to, like, a friend compared to, like, a teacher in school, or if you met, like, the president. It's that kind of thing, but imagine a more formal set of rules to it. That's how Japanese works, where they like legitimately have different conjugations, different vocabulary, different grammatical rules, depending on what form of the language you're using, and that depends on the context of who you're speaking to. Keigo is like the very formal version of that, where it's... I mean, the way I've heard it described to me is that it's one of the things, like, even a lot of Japanese people have difficulty with it because it's uncommon to... You don't use it on your day-to-day life. So, like, they went from, you know, speaking casually to one another to Rudy going into this hyper-formal mode of speech. And English doesn't really have that. So it's, you know, a little bit lost in translation when she says, stop being so formal, don't use all this fancy talk. Because she's telling, she literally tells him, stop using keigo. It's not the time for that. So, I mean, the translators did the best they could. there's only so much you can do. This type of thing doesn't really translate well into English, but it's a little extra nuance to the scene that I thought was noteworthy.
ごめんちょっと気が動転して
これからは敬語禁止だよ。また敬
Keigo kinshitedayo. So keigo. That's the fancy talk she's talking about. That is the super formal Japanese mode of speech. It's that is one of those things that is very difficult about learning Japanese, because one thing I try to do is I try to do some listening to native speech. It can kind of clash with any actual like book learning, because book learning will teach you the the dictionary form or the polite form, that the generally the neutral thing that's safe in most circumstances, because that's the one you're gonna, because they kind of want to focus you on one, but then when you listen to stuff, they're oftentimes using the casual form, which has different grammar, different rules. Well, the grammar is mostly the same, but different rules, different conjugations. It's the whole thing's a pain in the ass, let me tell you. So, but it does add a lot of nuance to this scene that can't be directly translated.
はいぐらいはいいだろうありがとうこのペンダント
届いててよかった。もうなくなっちゃったかと思ってたよ。
リーリャが持っててくれたんだ
そっか。
そういえばシルフィーはどうしてだそう
Ah, okay,
何
yeah.
から話そうかな。
Okay, it's very nice.
ルディが連れ去られるところを
I will say I don't know what it's called, so I
それ
can't
で
help you
驚
there.
いてパウロさんに襲いかかっちゃって。
シルフィーが
だって本当に突然ですっごく悲しかったから。でもあの日誓ったんだ。ルディを助けられるくらい強く。
And I really like this too, because it's almost the exact same motivation Eris had for leaving Rudy, is that she wanted to leave so that she could become strong enough to protect him, and Sylphie wanted to get strong enough to save him. As much as Rudy's three wives are all very different from one another, they do have these connections, at least in the way that they feel about Rudy, and it's very cute.
なろうって。それから僕勉強も頑張ったし魔術の練習も。リリアさんからは礼儀作法も習って全部ルディに追いつきたくて褒めてもらいたくて頑張ったんだよ。例の転院事件、あれでオートに飛ばされてアリエル様とルークに出会ったんだ。それからいろいろあって魔法大学に。
Yeah, and I do like the scene because we already know all this. Really, we either know it from actually witnessing it, or we can infer it based on context. But again, just hearing it in Sylphie's own words, that's the kind of thing. The books did this a lot, where they do switch perspectives. Sometimes they'll even replay the same scene from a different perspective. I felt it added so much, and in season 2, they're starting to lean into that a lot more than they did in season 1, and I really do like it. I think it adds a completely different dynamic, lets you, get a little peek into a different character.
新入生候補の名簿にルディの名前を見つけたとき、本当に嬉しかった。生きててくれてありがとう。
シルフィーも無事でよかった
And that's also another nice little line, thank you for being alive, because that's actually very similar to what Zenith said in the bonus chapter of Volume 1, where she says, thank you, she thanks Rudy for being born. It's... I still think they should have adapted that bonus chapter, but that's neither here nor there. It's it's a nice line. It's a good line. It's the kind of line that like really connects things that seem disparate at a glance.
でもショックだったんだからね。初めましてって言われて。
ごめんでもシルフィーだってもっと早めに言ってくれればよかったのに
そうだよね。なんか勇気出せなくてごめんね。
俺の方こそ1年も気づけなくて申し訳なかった
もうルディったら。
And that's funny. Like, Rudy let his intrusive thoughts win for a second.
あ失礼
反応はするがどうもコントロールできない。しかしやはり安心するな。
Okay, and I gotta apologize real quick. My throat is starting to I'm really starting to feel something in my throat, like it's starting to wear on me. But so I think unfortunately today I'm not gonna do the video essays, just because again it's really starting to hit me now. So I don't know, because I really don't want to damage my voice. I think I really, again, I hate to have done this multiple times, but I think I'll make up for it I think I'm going to do an extra stream on Saturday. I'll try to do that where, just get a handful of video essays done to make up for what I haven't been doing the past couple weeks. Because I do hate to not do those, because I do really like them, but also I don't want to damage my throat, which is bad. But yeah. And yeah, and I do agree with you, Thomas. This is one of the difficulties with any story that features any kind of harem dynamic, is it oftentimes doesn't make a whole lot of sense, and a lot of times it just feels like a suite of relationships as opposed to a growing family unit. Like it does, and I think that Mushoku Tensei is one of the best examples I've seen, and it really makes sense because all three of the relationships were built up strongly before they actually became a part of the core unit. And a lot of times, even the existence of the harem dynamic itself had to be established, which in the books at least they did that by showing that, oh yeah, Lilia just married Paul alongside Zenith, and that's just a thing that can happen. Maybe it's not super common, but it can happen. So that established that this is a dynamic that can exist. Then they built up the individual relationships, and then they had them all kind of get introduced one by one. Very effectively done. Not many can do that. I mean, interestingly, one of the only other examples I've seen that do it, I think, really well, that are not like just like shitty indie dating sims, because those I think have a lot of charm to them, but they're not usually super well written altogether. But there's actually a visual novel called Harem Kingdom, where like its gimmick is that it is a harem, and instead of individual character routes, you have different dynamics the harem can follow, and they actually explain it in a way that like it logically makes sense given the setting, where it's kind of a necessity just due to the way the magic there works, where he, if he doesn't have a lot of sex, the magic will kill him, so he has to have harems have just become the default for royalty in that setting. But they also dedicate a lot of time to each individual love interest and make it feel genuine, have them each have a different relationship with him. And they actually like explore that properly. Even though it is like a raunchy comedy, it actually does do the harem thing surprisingly well. And they all do interact as a family unit. And I do really like that. But yeah, aside from Mushoku Tensei, that's like one of the best uses of the harem I've ever seen. So it is really good.
順調に回復してると言えよ。彼女のおかげだ。
どうしたの？じゃあ僕は用事があるからここで。
はい。これからもよろしく。
はい。こちらこそよろしくお願いします。
And that's just adorable. The fact that they're just the awkward new couple, not quite sure how to interact with each other yet. Yeah, it's cute.
Rudy の病気に効く薬あればいいのに。
And I also really like this scene because their immediate reaction is, oh, it must have failed. And it's funny because it's just like immediately the response, this is the logical response. It's like, this plan was fucking stupid. It had no chance of working because it's fucking stupid. Of course it didn't work. Because it's fucking stupid. And and the fact that it actually did work is like a shock, because again, it was the plan was ultimately dumb slice of life bullshit, basically. That so many points of failure, and they even hinted at a bunch of the points of failure in the lead up to the scene. It's funny because it's playing on different genre tropes.
目でしたか。よくよく考えてみると、投資の危険があるからといって相手の衣類を無理やり脱がすなんて誰がしましょうか。
シルフィー、とりあえず落ち着いて報告をしろ。
But I mean, I also do like that these two are still like basically being the older siblings trying to help out Sylphie.
なんですって？だからその不能の治療に来たんだって、ここに。それにしてもいざという時に役に立たないとは。
I will say that line does seem kind of unnecessarily cruel.
ルーデウスという男を少々買いかぶっていたようですね。
But
それは言い過ぎです。男にはどうしようもない時があるのです。
And I also do like where it's like at this point where when sex is involved and there's an issue with sex, that's when Luke is like actually kind of comes to his defense. It's funny. He's like, this is a moment that really like tugs at his heartstrings. Like, this is something that it's important to him. Like in my notes, I literally wrote, in matters of the dick, Luke steps up. Where it's like, now it's like, no matter what issues we had before, this is something I have to have his back on because nobody deserves to go through this. And because, you know, gray rats are horny. That's the whole reason.
ルーデウスとて好きでシルフィーを抱かなかったわけではないはず。俺はむしろ奴が今までおとなしくしていた理由に納得がいきました。
And then of course, with this is like how Luke immediately puts all the pieces together. There were times when he put some of the pieces together, like when Sylphie revealed that, oh, she didn't actually reveal her identity. But now everything comes together for him. It's like, oh, all of his behavior makes sense now.
ルーク？
あの自信のなさそうな顔や態度も今ならわかります。かわいそうによるべもなく藁をもつかむような気持ちでここに来たのでしょう。
And then again, Luke like never shows this much emotion, but like, you know, he's a gray rat. Gray rats are horny. He's like, if a gray rat has trouble with his dick, that is like, he might as well have like lost his arms and legs. Like that's, you know, if a gray rat can't fuck, that is like their entire identity gone. So that's why he's like, this is the line, like the emotional line, that no struggles we have are more important than this. And again, as much as this is not in keeping with her book personality, the Ariel reactions are just so fucking perfect that I can't help but love it.
失礼しました。少々過ぎた発言でした。
いえ、アリエル様は分からなくても仕方ありません。シルフィー、お前はルーデウスの病気を治してやりたいと思うか？
It's like the Grey Rat has their own version of like the bro code, basically, where you know there's some things you just kind of intuitively do or don't do, not because of any obligation to one another as like, you know, friends or anything like that, because that's just what you do.
ルディすごくショックを受けてた。
Kind of like how if you know your friend is into somebody, you don't snipe your chance beforehand. If they're actually interested, let them make the first move, and you know, only go in if it doesn't work out between them. That you know, bro code, but like, you know, Grey Rat's more horny, so they like, yeah, if your dick don't work, we'll fix it.
だからできることはしてあげたいと思う。
お前にとって辛いことになるかもしれなくてもか。
Okay, so I have to imagine the translator knew what they were doing with this one, because I feel like it being hard on her is kind of the point. Like, I know what they're trying to say, but they had to know that this particular phrasing would have this particular implication.
覚悟はあるよ。
分かった。少し待っていてくれ。渡すものがある。アリエル様、失礼します。
And again, I do like how he just... Again, this is like the kind of thing that touches so closely to the Grey Rats, and it's meant to be kind of funny, but also... Like, it shows that he is a good person. Like, Luke... It can be hard to like him just because he never develops that connection with Rudy. But it is moments like this where you kind of... You get why he's liked by the people around him. Even if he is a bit of a... He has some of the Grey Rat proclivities.
改めて申し訳ありません。失言でしたね。いえ、いいんです。ひとまずルークに何か作戦があるようですが、私にも不能の直し方にいくつか心得があります。本当ですか？
And again, and just a little break to show Zenoba like trying silent casting like he's taking a shit. It's funny.
初心に帰って無影響魔術の練習ですぞ。
うるさいの出すならお肉を出してほしいの。マスター頑張れ。
大抵はお酒を飲ませます。
お待たせしました。
なるほど。で、暑いと言って肩のあたりをちらりとはだけるのです。
Yeah, and this is also kind of funny because again, Ariel is when she has an excuse to not be in princess mode, she basically becomes, you know, shoujo anime mode and trying to do all the little tropes and like I feel like also Ariel doesn't have any experience of herself with like real romance. Just the only, you know, she's had sex, but that's been, you know, taking advantage of people using her power. So this is probably she's probably almost as like as Gooner brained as Sylphie and Rudy are, like with their perceptions of things, like how Rudy would always kind of view things through the lens of like anime and porn. I feel like Ariel is kind of the same way at this point, where she's just kind of acting as an authority, even though she has no idea what the fuck she's talking about.
それでいけるんですか？大丈夫でしょう。シルフィーは可愛いですから。きっかけさえあれば。あとは何か決め台詞が欲しいところですね。
冬に暑いと言って肌を見せるバカがどこにいるんですかね。
And then, of course, Luke finally kind of basically says, "Hey guys, just like your last plan, this one is fucking stupid." And he's not wrong.
シルフィーの体で色仕掛けは無理です。
But he's also kind of unintentionally total dick. But yeah, great Sylphie face.
何ですかルーク、その言い方は。
アリエル様、グレーラットの血族は代々女性の大きな胸に惹かれる傾向があります。現に俺はシルフィーにかほどの魅力も感じません。
And again, that was like, okay, first of all, another just great Sylphie face. Fucking love it. But yeah, as I've said earlier, Luke kind of has that Grey Rat dumbassery going on.
だが
これは何？
強力な再因作用と競争作用を持つ。
And I remember like thinking at this point, like, is that the same one from when Rudy was at in Roa? And they later do reveal that it is actually the same, not the same actual bottle, but the same aphrodisiac that he was given in back then, that they played it off for comedy. It's funny that they brought it back, basically.
媚薬だ。
媚薬？
昔フィットア寮で作られていたものだ。転移事件に伴い製造方法も工場も消滅したため価格が高騰し、今では末端価格。
And one thing I do like about this this whole thing is that, you know, first of all, it just these interactions, how hard these two are trying, shows that just how much these two actually care about Sylphie and really want her to be happy. Like, again, like, you know, Ariel gives Sylphie her monthly allowance basically, and Luke gives her something that's worth 100 gold coins, which is like a fucking lot in this world. Like I think if I'm remembering correctly, Ghislaine, to be the bodyguard and sword trainer as a sword king for the Grey Rat household, she was paid what, like 4 gold coins a month, and that was considered a crazy ass high salary. So the fact that this is worth 100 gold pieces is like a lot of fucking money that he's willing to just give up. And I think I see another bot. Sorry about that. Yep, that is a bot. Excuse me very quickly. Not even gonna let them get to there. Okay, back to it. But yeah, so for starters, the first thing about this scene I like is that, again, that shows just how much these two really care about Sylphie. But also, I do kind of like how they're both a little wrong, but a little right about how things are going. Because, like Luke has this idea that, this is a problem, just gotta get the drugs in to fix it, essentially brute force the problem away. And he's not entirely wrong, but that's not going to fix things long term. That being said, the aphrodisiac essentially brute forces the problem away for a time to allow the actual process to happen. And it's ultimately that after that point, Rudy is able to open himself up fully, and then Sylphie is still there. That is what really helps him. That's what cures him, is he is able to, be vulnerable and not get hurt. That was... Now, the aphrodisiac enabled that, but it wasn't really what cured him. And Ariel's kind of talking about the seductive side of things, trying to get her to, play it out like a storybook, but, she's just being a little dumb in that regard, but at the same time, it is ultimately that kind of love and emotional connection that Rudy really needs, although... he's not going to be able to actually get it up without the help of the aphrodisiac.
金貨100枚を上回る。いざという時に売って資金の足しにでもしようと思っていたが、シルフィー、お前にやろう。
Yeah, and like that is like a really again, it can't be overstated how like that's 100 gold is like a huge fucking sacrifice, and he's like doing it without even thinking. He's just like, yeah, this is what I'm gonna do for you. That you're somebody I care about. You're like, she's like a little sister to him. So, and like he doesn't even think about giving up 100 gold to her, basically, which is like fucking insane. Again, that is like several years of really expensive salary.
もちろんだ。ただしこれを使えば男の方は見境がなくなる。ついていけないと思ったら自分も飲むぐらいのつもりでいけ。お前が思い描いていたような甘い初体験は迎えられなくなるだろうかな。
ルーク、ありがとう。
いいってことだ。お前には何度も命を助けてもらっているからな。
Yeah. Again, and that's just a really sweet moment between the two of them, where there's no romantic feelings between them, but they're like family at this point. And again, I do like that Sylphie is able to maintain this close connection that doesn't end up becoming really friends with Rudy. They just become kind of casual acquaintances and allies.
二人は仲がいいですね。では、私からも。
Again, see, her monthly allowance as a princess is 2 gold coins. So the fact that aphrodisiac is 100 gold coins, that's 4 years of Ariel's discretionary spending.
これ、アリエル様のお金だよね。そうです。私の今月分です。ここまで来れば、私にはこれくらいしか授けられるものがありません。ありがとう、アリエル様。
さすがはアリエル様です。
シルフィー、ご武運を。はい、行ってきます。下着はアリエル様が選んでくれた新品。 内ポケットにはルークからもらった媚薬。よし。
Yes.
天国のお父さん、お母さん、シルフィエットは今日こそ大人になります。
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I'm not so sure that if I'm about to fuck, my thoughts are gonna be of my parents. Like that feels like it would kind of kill the mood for me. Like I get what this scene was going for. I get that she's like, no, again, like the fact that she, she's thinking on all that she lost and all that she, and to contrast that with all that she stands to gain. But like, still.
はい。フィッツ先輩、どうぞ入ってください。
And again, there's no music in this scene. Kind of highlights the same kind of tension they had with in the cave, even though it's slightly different because now there's actually a plan to kind of move things forward. Yeah, a different set of circumstances, but the same kind of feelings going on, similar, even aesthetics, like even the colors with the stone walls and the candlelight. Again, very similar to the thing. Yeah, that's also true. Yeah.
どうした？今日は疲れたから自室で休むんじゃなかったか？
泊まりに来ました。
おう、まあこっち来て座れよ。
And I do like that right there, because the fact that she sees that she's in his mind, like that immediately calms her nerves, and that's like, again, that's just really adorable.
それは？
ほら、一応再会のお祝いをしておこうかと思って。
ああ、そうか。そういうこともしないとな。はい。大丈夫。コップくらいありますよ。
Yeah, and that's another cute thing where she made a minor mistake, or not even a mistake, an oversight, and like immediately starts to freak out before Rudy kind of resolves things. It just, that's so consistent with how Sylphie has been these past few episodes, where she has this like really rigid plan in place, and then something slightly goes wrong and she gets flustered, and it's very funny.
フィットア領ブエナ村の2人の再会に。
そして俺とシルフィーの未来に。
乾杯。未来ってルディはたまにすごく恥ずかしいことを言うんだもんな。
And that's also pretty funny.
これ結構強いな。貸してごらん。こういうのは水とかお湯で薄めてもいいんだよ。どうぞ。
ありがとう。そういえば僕がルディに出会ったきっかけもお湯だったね。
Yeah. And again, as she's starting to get through these ideas going through her head, her emotions are kind of making her nervous and all that, but then positive emotions are starting to flow in, and like she visibly calms down when she's like, oh yeah, remember this is how we met. There's all this story, telling the story about it, and like again, she stops stuttering, stops being too awkward, immediately calms down as she starts talking and reminiscing with Rudy.
そうだっけか？
ほら、僕が道で泥玉をかけられて、ルディがそれをお湯で流してくれてさ。
ああ、懐かしいな。
Yeah, and again, once that reminiscing is finished, very short, the next silence is a lot more comfortable. Really, really solid storytelling going on here.
ブエナ村の大きな木、まだあるかな。今日森を歩いてる時思い出したよ。
あの木でよく待ち合わせしたな。
そこで教えてくれたんだよね。手からお湯を出すやつ。
あの時初めて無栄翔でできたんだよな。
そうそう。楽しかったね。といけない。忘れないうちに。
And again, and that is nice, like how she has become comfortable enough that she kind of got caught up in things where like she's just happy to be with Rudy and spend time with him and remember their happy childhood together. It's very cute.
これを
ルディのあれに効くっていう薬なんだ。薬って言っちゃったけど、美薬だって薬だよね。
I mean, medicine is also are also drugs, but you know, it is what it is. I mean, of course, Sylphie's kind of innocent and naive. She has these ideas of things, but you know, it's kind of cute. Her gooner mindset is a little bit peeking through there, where I don't know, it's all kind of coming together.
間違ってはいないはず。
どっかで見たことが。
飲んでみてほしいんだ。
Yeah, and then she's like, "Oh yeah, shit's about to go down." And that's actually a pretty good question. Is it safe to drink with alcohol? They never really established that. Sophie's like, "Yeah, I think so. I guess. I don't know. I don't fucking know." But I mean, it's too fucking late now. Yeah. So, big important thematic thing with this scene is, of course, this is the scene where first scene where Rudy's able to actually have sex after having sex with Eris. And we remember there was this whole big emotional thing between them. Then he gets hurt because she leaves and he thinks it's his fault, causes all his problems moving forward. Now he's again opening himself up and able to have sex again, opening himself to that same level of vulnerability. And there's going to be a lot of parallels to Eris in this scene leading up to them having sex. And I mean, that's deliberate because, again, this is kind of reenacting the moment that originally hurt him. And he's got to kind of mentally deal with that as it happens. And there's one particular moment I thought that I was like, oh, that's a direct call to what happened with Eris. And then and that's also that's funny and adorable as well. Not the cup drop specifically. I'll show it when it comes up. It'll be. I think you'll see where I'm coming from at that point. Although now that I think about it, the cup drop probably is also probably meant to loosely parallel it, although it doesn't do it the same way. I mean, partly because the sex scene in here is just a fade to black, kind of like how the books do it, as opposed to the more artsy way they did the Eris scene. And again, I do like these little POV shots because they just do a great job of highlighting just the continuing like build up of all the feelings she's having inside of her, and like not just obviously not just the emotions, the fact that she's literally just downed a fucking aphrodisiac, a powerful one at that, and you know she's definitely starting to feel it. Like her lady boner is fucking diamonds. And it's one of those. It's another nice little touch that Rudy is. You can tell he's still very hesitant in general, just because again, he knows that the last time he was in this scenario, he got really badly hurt, and it's at the point where it takes him long enough until his lust is basically about to overcome him before he's actually willing to take that step. And this is the moment I think was like the direct parallel to Eris. Again, like, because if you remember that the thing that kind of makes Rudy's dam break with Eris and makes him like actually commit to it is when she says, give me your kittens. And now again, it's Sylphie saying something explicitly sexual to him, whispering in his ear. It's like, that's the moment he's just like, okay, it's fucking go time. So again, thematically, this whole moment is meant to be a parallel to that, because this is where he has the sexual encounter that doesn't hurt him and that lets him move past the one that did. So there are a number of parallels to it, including just how it goes from about to happen to happening. I will say, I do find it interesting that they decided to do the fade to black here, because that's how the books tended to handle sex scenes, where, for the most part, whenever Rudy explains what's happening in a sex scene, it's usually after the fact. He kind of talks about it, and he doesn't even use very explicit language, very indirect, talks a lot about sensations and emotions as opposed to actual actions. Even with the Eris scene, that's how the books did it, where like when he thought about it, he just when he describes it after the fact, he's talking about things like the warmth, the moisture, the feeling of her hair, that kind of thing. So the fact that the sex scene in the anime was very artistic, honestly, I think it was a pretty beautiful scene overall. That was an unusual, well, not unusual, but a deliberate stylistic choice. So I do find it interesting that in this scene, which is meant to parallel that scene in so many ways, now they decided to go for the fade to black, which is how the books tended to do it. So I wonder what went into that decision making. Maybe it was just a runtime thing. I don't know. And again, this is the moment that is, key to all of this. Yeah, I do agree with you. That is a pretty good. It is an interesting way of doing things, because I mean, I can kind of see it both ways. Where I actually do really like the thematic follow through of, he wakes up and he sees the person wake up with him. Like that is a very like satisfying conclusion to that set of circumstances. Like it does feel like it does feel like it fits together really nicely with that. But I also see what you're saying with how the way they do it here really does showcase the emotional turmoil he goes through before Sylphie is able to put him at ease. Yes, I completely agree with you there. Yeah, and then just the silence as like... And it's interesting because at this point he does kind of think that, yeah, this is an anime only thing, but at this point he does kind of think that Sylphie abandoned him like Eris did, and it's interesting how it starts out such like a dull ache for him. He's not like, it's not like a hard hitting hurt like it was with Eris. It's just kind of like a slow realization, even though it's not a realization because it's not correct, but it's like slowly starting to sink in for him. Yeah, and again, in the book, I mean, that's kind of exactly how it would be, because he is, he was like legitimately traumatized by that last time, and he's just terrified of going through that again, because I mean, I've said it before, but I do believe that was the worst he had been hurt up to that point. I do think that Eris leaving him hurt him worse than anything in his past life did. And it's just, he happened to have grown up enough and be strong enough to be able to somewhat overcome that. Yeah. And and he sees the blood and he's like, oh, it must have been a bad experience. That must be why she's gone. And you can tell he's about to completely break down. Like, ugh. And even going back to the end of season 1, where you remember when Eris leaves him, that is the first time we actually see him cry when he has nobody at his side who can comfort him. So, like, it's like almost making you think. I mean, I think a viewer would realize that Sylphie isn't going to abandon him. That's just not in her character. But this draws real parallels back to that moment.
起きてたんだ。おはよう、ルディ。ごめんね。ちょっとアリエル様とルークに昨日のお礼を言ってきたんだ。お礼っていうのは。
And now the realization is coming in the other way, where he's like, "No, she's still here. Holy shit."
背中を押してくれたことっていうか、とにかく二人とも喜んでくれたよ。できれば今度二人に会ってほしい。
Yeah, and again, like the least subtle symbolism with the sunglasses and everything. And again, it's not subtle with what they're doing with the sunglasses. And this scene is so great because he's finally like fully processing all the hurt he felt, and like he's really feeling it, accepting it, and then letting it go. It's so great. And I also really like this, where Sylphie, just after that initial confusion, she just immediately picks up on exactly what he's thinking and feeling and says exactly the right thing. Like, yeah, again, she knows, she can just tell that he was so afraid of being abandoned, and that her being there is everything he needs in that moment. And it is, again, it's Sylphie is probably the most emotionally intelligent character in the series, where she just understands, especially Rudy, but a lot of people, Rudy especially, she just understands how he feels and can kind of immediately respond to that, especially once that initial hurdle of her own self-esteem issues is overcome. That's when she is able to really like hone in on Rudy's emotions and just fully internalize them. And I mean, as much as it can be funny to talk about the healing titty, we also gotta. It's something I've been saying, and it's been on my mind since I uploaded that stream segment we did a while back with the guy talking about the redemption, where I pointed out that Rudy's impotence is essentially a physical marker of his emotional state, where it's the fact that he had erectile dysfunction. It wasn't the physical difficulties that made that whole thing important. Again, it's the fact that he was going through a lot of emotional turmoil, and the impotence was the way it showed that in a more direct way. And him having his impotence cured by Sylphie is a physical way of showing that he is been able to overcome his trauma through the love of Sylvie. Like, it's sorry, that whole thing when people completely miss the importance of the erectile dysfunction, it annoys the shit out of me, to be perfectly honest. But yeah, it's really great storytelling, really nice conclusion to how everything was building up to this moment. And okay, aside from, again, they're really leaning into the fucking sunglasses again, but one thing I do need to point out is that you remember what Sylphie said to Rudy in that cave? That the reason she tried so hard, why she learned etiquette, why she practiced her magic, why she did everything she could, was so that she could grow strong and save him. And that is exactly what she's doing here. Like, she is, she might not be protecting him from a dangerous force trying to kill him, but she is exactly the emotional support he needs to not only persist, but to grow. So that is like she did, it wasn't the way she thought it would go, but it was exactly, it was exactly what she was going for, just not in the way she saw it. I mean, there is some truth to that. I think a big, I don't know. I think a big thing is that the anime does go at a much faster pace than the books do. So I think you felt that slow build a lot more in the books. But I think, given the way this series has been having to go in the anime, I think they did about the best they could with it. Like, the only thing I would really complain about is that I think the stuff with Sarah was actually really important for setting everything up that happens in Renoa, and I do feel like the Sarah arc was kind of weak in the anime. I don't think they really did a very good job of adapting it. I mean, there were definitely great moments there, and it wasn't like it was not fun to watch, but I definitely feel it was one of the weaker parts as far as adaptation goes.
お初にお目にかかります。ルーデウス・グレイラットと申します。
この学校に雷鳴を轟かせるルーデウス殿が本日はいかなるご用向きですか？
すでにシルフィエットよりいろいろとお聞きかと思いますが、少々お話しさせていただきたく参じました。私はシルフィに病を治してもらいました。殿下はそのシルフィに協力してくださったと聞き及んでおります。故にお力になれることがございましたら私にお声掛けください。
And this is the result of Ariel's planning. As much as she did do it to help Sylphie, she's also not gonna turn down the potential political benefits she could get from allying herself with somebody as powerful as Rudy. So, it just goes to show that, Ariel's a good person, but she's still got her own things going on.
お前はアスラ貴族の政権争いは忌避していると思っていたが。
確かに政権争いになんて首を突っ込みたくはありません。
And this is going to be a little bit of a parallel to their last conversation where Luke is asking why Rudy's not going to reveal Sylphie's secret and all that, and he kind of dances around the subject. This time he's just goes straight up, is like, this is the reason.
けれど思い人が渦中にいるとなれば話は別です。
Yeah, and he just unreservedly says, I'm getting involved for Sylphie.
あなたの力を借りられるのであれば非常に心強い。それであなたはどうするつもりですか？
And that's another thing I like about, the little playful Ariel, where she's definitely kind of, she saw Sylphie's reaction as like, I'm gonna poke and prod at this a little bit, make him say something adorable to get another reaction out of her.
私には転移事件で失った家族を探すという使命があります。 なので今すぐアスラ王国に赴いてというのは。
ええ、私のことはそちらが一段落してからでも構いません。で、あなたはどうするつもりなのですか？
And that's another thing I do like about Ariel's own subplot going on right now, where, you know, she is working behind the scenes to eventually take on the other political powers in Asura and try to essentially hold a coup. But it is interesting because she actually does have time. Like she has as much time as she realistically needs, where this is about as safe as she can get, where to my memory, I don't think she actually had any assassination attempts once she arrived at the university. They did on the way. They did try to kill her on the way, but not since she arrived. So she's relatively safe, and she can always use any extra time she has to continue scheming and building some connections over in a different country. So, you know, it is like she is being kind, trying to, you know, do what's best for Sylphie and by extension Rudy. But she's also got the pragmatics kind of figured out.
はい。
まさか不能の治療が終わったら家族のためにこの国から旅立つ。シルフィーとははいさようならというわけではないでしょうね。
And again, she knows exactly what she's doing. Again, I do like this version of Ariel. She is kind of a little shit, and that's always fun, where she's definitely baiting Rudy into saying something like grandiose and romantic because she knows that'll embarrass Sylphie, and that's pretty funny.
シルフィーと結婚します。
シルフィエット・グレイラット
and again, just the little animations they do for her, so adorable. Her ears turn pink, and like again, she's just incapable of hiding her emotions. It's she's fucking adorable.
グレイラットってあなたはどうなさいますか？そのうわルーク
Yeah. The push from Luke is great. I agree. It's just again, they are acting almost like older siblings to Sylphie. It's adorable to see them take on that role and really, you know, it's like they kind of get to drop the burden of duty for a second to help the person they consider family find love. It's very cute.
そのよろしくお願いします。
こちらこそ。
シルフィルーデウスの妻となるならば今後男装をする必要はありません。女らしくなさい。でもその代わりルーデウス、あなたの名を使わせていただきます。もちろん私の名前を使うことも許します。
わかりました。
And of course, at this moment, that's when they really make it like concrete. Is that Sylphie is finally shedding the identity of Fitz, and you know the glasses are going to come off again for the last time. And again, in my notes, I literally wrote my last note here was symbolic ass sunglasses. So you could kind of tell where my mindset was watching this. Yep, she's able to take off the mask because she no longer needs it. It's again it's like some of the least subtle symbolism they've had up to this point, but it works really well in my opinion.
アリエル様、ルーク、今までありがとう。
Very cute. I like that. I really like that a lot. And you know, this illustration is also cute. So yeah, that was season 2 part 1. So one thing, I mentioned this early at the beginning of the stream, but I'll mention it again. Since we're gonna have just season 2 part 2, which is another 12 episodes, which means 4 streams, so 1 month. After that point, we're gonna have to figure out something to do moving forward, because Mushoku Tensei season 3 is not coming out till 2026. So you know, can't fill the entire time with more Mushoku Tensei because we're gonna run out. So I do have a few options for what I am thinking of, although I'm going to take the opinions of those who watch the stream before really anything else. That's going to be my primary concern. So the couple options I do have. I think the first thing I want to do is, there was a video released a couple weeks ago that was like an anime tier list that was kind of universally agreed to be pretty bad. But it's a cool idea. I kind of want to capitalize on that and see if I can just kind of make my own version of that and do all the watching on stream. So I think that would be a lot of fun. So I think that's what I'll do first. After that, there's a few options. We could just move on to a different anime. I was thinking maybe Frieren, but I'm open to suggestions. Again, well, no decisions need to be made today. We can talk when it becomes closer to that time. But another option is, if we wanted to stay on the Mushoku Tensei train, I am open to going over the books on stream, where, I mean, as much as I don't know exactly how fast we'll be getting through them, but I think I can confidently say if we go that route, we'll definitely be going until season 3 happens. So that's kind of how that'll go. But ultimately, those who are regulars in the stream, just give a thought to what you'd be interested in watching. I mean, ultimately, I'm going to be the one making the final decision, but I will be taking your guys' thoughts into consideration, since as much as the streaming is for me, like, I'm doing it for my own enjoyment, for my own creative growth. Again, I'm also doing it to entertain the people, and the most important ones to be entertained are the ones who join live. So, again, just consider what you guys would be interested in seeing, and when it gets closer to time to actually make that decision, we'll talk a little bit further. But so, as I said earlier, I am starting to actually feel a little bit of pain in my throat. I wanted to do video essays today to make up for what we didn't do the last couple weeks, because I really do want to, again, do that as a regular thing and make up for the time I missed. Unfortunately, I do think if I go too much longer, I will actually damage my throat. So here's what's gonna, I'm gonna call it here for today. But I think what I'm gonna do is, this Saturday, I'll do an extra stream that'll be like just video essays, where we'll go through a couple of those. I have some ideas for what I want to watch, and I think it'll be a good time. So essentially, we'll make up for the times we missed past couple weeks. And it'll be fun. It'll be interesting to see a stream without any actual anime analysis, just the video essays. But yeah, so Saturday, I think, this Saturday, 9 a.m. Eastern, I'll be going live and doing that. Then the next day, Sunday, 9 a.m., we'll be back to more Mushoku Tensei with season 2 part 2. So that's what I'm gonna plan on. So hope to see you guys on Saturday. I'll make a community post as well, so that we know that we can, just so that people are going to be aware of it. I'll also post it on Discord at some point. So if you need a reminder, that's where it'll be. So thank you guys for coming in. Thank you guys for chatting. Thank you guys for lurking. Always a lot of fun. I really enjoy these streams, not just for the Mushoku Tensei, but for being able to talk to all of you. It's always a fun time. I will see you guys hopefully on Saturday.